Go live na. Yan. Ayun. Okay. Test mic, test mic. We are now on live. So,
Yeah.
Nagbo-broadcast na pa?
Yep, live na pre.
Yan, okay. So, ano ko muna to. Mag-feedback to eh.
We will start soon na.
Yan. Tapos ko lang yan. Tapos, check ko yung...
Okay kayo na?
Yan. Hello, mic test, mic test. We're going to go live about a few minutes. So, hello, mic test, mic test. Like this. Like this.
Google na sound. Naka-speakerphone ka ba?
Hindi. Check ko yung... Parang medyo maingay, no?
Yan, maingay siya, pre. May mga gumagawin na sound. Naka-speakerphone ka ba?
Hindi. Check ko yung... Parang medyo maingay, no?
Yan, maingay siya, pre. May mga gumagawin na sound. Naka-speakerphone ka ba?
Hindi. Check ko yung...
Yan, okay na, pre.
Oo. Ayaw niya palang may nakabukas na ano. Nakabukas kasi yung isang tab ko sa Microsoft Edge na isang YouTube din para ibang account naman.
Magkukontact sila, pre.
Oo.
Pinagsabay mo.
So sa cellphone na lang pala ako magko-comment ano.
Yeah.
Yan.
Kasi nag-aagawan sila sa amin.
Mm. Ayun. Okay. So malinaw yung audio natin, no? Yung dating ko rin. Eto, itatry ko magsalita. I-mute ko yung sarili ko. Ano lang kung maririnig mo pa rin ako.
Okay. Yep, naririnig kita. Narinig kita, par. Yep. Yep.
Dapat
Yeah, sa Google Meet ka nakamute dapat. Yep. Yep, hindi na kita naririnig. Yep. Yeah. Pag may technical difficulty, pre, anytime you interrupt mo lang ako, that's okay. Pre, kapag may gusto ka sabihin sa akin, kailangan mong i-unmute yung Google Meet mo kasi hindi nakamute ako dun sa YouTube broadcast para hindi mag-conflict. Yep. Yep, tama. Okay.
Ayan. So, good morning po sa inyong lahat. Sa ating mga followers dito sa ating Eager Learning webinar. Good morning. Ayan. So, mag-shoutout muna tayo sa ating mga attendees. Ayan. So, Manuel Halandoni, good morning. Ayan. Jet Christian Paz. Good morning. Ezekiel Boss Paragas. Good morning po. Jason Diligencia. Good morning. Kyle David Navarro. Good morning. Lex Sendale Obrero. Tricia May Concepcion, Carla May Briones, Jerry Satur Lopez, Geneva Tendoy, Christian Mark Marquez, and from Acna daw, Jomar Montenegro, Cian Viniegas, Louis Junio. Good morning sa inyong lahat. Ayan, dumadami na. So, wala na yung, Jomar Montenegro, Jason De Lehencia. Jason, yan. Thank you, Jason. Nandito yung aking group, no? Basil Berg, Cabarubias. Yan. To be net ad. Sheila May Batwigas, Rowena Obrero, Brickster George Bigay. 3 baksad yan, no? Lexen Obrero, Mida Damo, Jobert Humirang, Betty May Ariaga, Christian Paz, Jet Christian Paz, Fidel Magbanwa. Good morning po. Si Telem Roy. Good morning. Giovanni Cruz. Good morning from, si Giovanni Cruz from Cavite State University, Silang Campus. Yan po. Followers din po ng Eager Learning webinar. Ito po mga taga Cavite State University. Thank you so much for following our webinar. Mga taga Cavite State University, Silang Campus, no? Aaron Andres, good morning from Ains po yan. 2 Ains. Geneva Tendoy, John Miguel. Asa na siya? Jan Romel Narvaez. Ayan, si Joanne M. Guerra. Ayan. Okay, John Miguel Maatubang. John Romel Narvaez. Manuel Halandoni. Jericho James Lohica. Ayan, si Lohica, 2A net ad. Franco J. Clopino. Ayan. Sheila May Batwigas, Fidel Magbanwa, Jaja Gualberto, Basil Berg, Cabarubias, City Mamayo, Norman Hernandez, Angela Patricia Palermo, Galoloco from 2B Net Ad. Ayun, gamit niya yung ibang account kaya. So Denise Claire Dornilla, Travis Araza, Margarita Miranda, Jen Roby Pangan, yan, Kyle David Navarro. Good morning sa inyong lahat. Ayan, si John Ubay, si Travis Araza, Gayron Cristobal. Okay. Mona Rementilio, Lia May Pejoro. Good morning. Kenneth Parianes, si Hellstrike, Camille Antantuan. Si Camille Antantuan po yan. Si Baron James Frias, si Mariela Denise Chan. Yan. A-net ad po yan. Roniel Villela, si David Jan Ubay, si Sir O'Neil Dungo. Good morning po, sir. Ayan po, ito po, masugid nating follower po ang mga taga NPCST headed by Sir J. Zacarias at Sir Unel Dungo. Thank you so much po for being here again for another learning series ng ating Eager Learning. Si John Manuel Luz po, Rico Magamayo, Rudolph Bids. Good morning. Christian De La Cruz, Rolando Peranio, Jessa Enriquez, Adrian Banaag, Rudolph Vids, then Shilo Eugenio, Christian de la Cruz, Vicky Marie Naling. Ayan. Okay, so maybe let us check my audio. Okay, let us check again, and maybe we will start. Marami na rin tayo mga audience. So, let me check. Ayan, dami na, no? Sige, para mga 2 minutes. 2 minutes po, then we will begin our webinar on Microsoft.net. Ito po, napakagaling po ng ating speaker here from Canada po. So right now, gabi po sa kanila, sa ating speaker, gabi po. 12 hours daw. So right now, alas 9 ng gabi sa kanila. Ayan. So, let me again check yung inyong mga isa-shout out natin. Ayan. So, Jessa Enrique, good morning. Adrian Banaag, Jerry Junior Satur Lopez. Yan, shout out daw, sabi ni Jerry Junior Satur Lopez. So Rico Magamayo, Shilo Eugenio, Christian de la Cruz, si Vicky Marie Naling, Margarita Miranda, Daryl Cavan, John Kenmore Maglente, Nathaniel Glenn Rocha, Jericho Palmes, Romeo Junior Karaan. I'm underrated. Hi guys. So, yun I'm underrated yung account niya. No? Rolando Castro. So, Queenie Aranzazo. Ayan. Si Queenie, good morning. Precious Apple Abundo. Dan Carlos Santiago, good morning. Louis Pitalio, good morning. Then Fidel Magbanwa, Mark Erickson, si Martin John Fuentes, si Van Excel Ronquillo, good morning po. Si Joshua Ralph Bermido, good morning. Martin John Fuentes, Mark Erickson, yan. So, dumadami na po tayo. At later, we will start our webinar. No? So, pakibanggitan na po yung mga iba na naka-register, mga classmates nyo. So, pakilagay po yung mga schools nyo para ma-shoutout natin yung from what schools po ba kayo. Nandito na po yung mga attendees natin ng mga taga Cavite State University. Shoutout po sa lahat sa kanila. At sa NPCST, National Polytechnic College of Science and Technology. Yan po, nandito na din halos karamihan ang mga attendees natin from NPCST. Ayan po. At mga taga University of Makati, yan po ang aking beloved University of Makati. Diyan po ako nagtuturo at kasamahan ko itong aking my dear and beloved students. Nandito po lahat sila. sumusuporta sa ating webinar at gusto rin talagang matuto, no? Free opportunity po ito, kaya wag nyo nang mag-invest lang tayo ng time, no? Time. At free po itong pagtuturo ng ating speaker from Canada. And for sure, matututo. Other than yung tinuturo sa school, ito po talaga practitioner, developer na po itong ating nagtatrabaho sa Canada. Kaya for sure, madami siyang i-share na technique. At sa end po, sa dulo, if may mga questions kayo about sa mga codes, mga programming codes, ay pwedeng nyo pong itanong doon sa chat box para naman po before ang speaker natin ay umalis, ay na-clarify nyo po yung mga tanong nyo, no? Sa chat box lang po natin ilalagay yun. Yun po, nandito na po ang ating mga kaibigan, ito po si Jason Delhencia, ito po ang aking group. PUP Santa Mesa din po, nandito na daw, sabi ni Jason Delhencia. Shout out po sa mga taga PUP Santa Mesa. Roniel Villela, ito po ang ating faculty, mabait kong kaibigan at aking best friend, si Sir Ronel, Prof. Ronel Pakulanan. Shout out po kay Mr. Ronel Pakulanan. Yan po. Nandito na po din ang mga students ni Sir Ronel. Ayan po. Then, also si Martin John Fuentes, University of Makati. Si Margaret Concon. Ayan. So, may noise. Opo, kasi ito po yung cellphone ko, no? May noise. I'm looking at my cellphone. So, Okay, so, ayan po. I-ano ko muna rin. I-continue ko lang yung ating pag-shoutout. Shoutout din po sa kay Van Excel Ronquillo, STI Ortigas Cainta. Ayan po, may na-invite din tayo. Mga taga-STI Ortigas Cainta. Ayan, mga taga-STI Ortigas. Mag-invite po kayo ng mga kaklase nyo at marami po tayong matututunan dito sa ating speaker ng .NET at saka dito sa Eager Learning. Ayan po. Si Mera Carmel Ochoa, Louis Pitalio, at Nathaniel Bermudez. Ayan po. Shout out po sa lahat sa inyo sa nanonood sa kanya-kanyang bahay-bahay. Masaya po tayo. Nandun lang tayo sa comfort ng ating mga bahay-bahay at pwedeng matuto, no? So, i-ano ko muna to. Wait. And we will start. Ayan, so I think we are ready to start our webinar. Umpisa na po natin para ayan. Okay, so may echo. Wait lang. Feedback. Check ko muna. I'm going to check that. Let me check that. Echo. Wait mo. Let me check that. Konting noise. Konting noise. Okay. Let me fix this first. Ayan. So, mamaya na po tayo mag-shout out because we're about to start. Ayusin ko lang ng konti itong ano. Ayan, so just wait. I hope ma-erase natin yung noise. And I think ayan, may noise pa rin. Konti, no? So, siguro ma-technical ano ko ng ating software. No? So, let us start. Okay. So, here, ayan po ang ating speaker na introduce later. So, let us all pray muna po. No? So, let us all pray. So, in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord God, we are thankful and feel blessed today because of the strength and good health you've given us. Also, we feel very blessed today attending this webinar because we could learn so much from our speaker in the comfort of our home. Please protect also those people who are working outside today for their families. We ask this in Jesus' name, amen. So, in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, amen. So, yan po. We are now going to formally start our webinar kasi nakahingi na po tayo ng blessing kay Lord God para ma-bless ang ating webinar, no? ang ating speaker at lahat po kayo mga attendees. We are now all blessed by our Lord God. Okay. So, let us have this first, this one. Ayan. So, every webinar po may quote po tayong pinapakita. So, let us read this quote. Don't just count your blessings. Be the blessings other people count on. Okay, so yan po. Sinasabi dyan na don't just count your blessings. Pag tayo po ay blessed na blessed, tayo naman ay maging blessings sa iba. Di ba po? Ganun po yun. So, let me check this one. Adjust ko lang yung ating and so let Hello, ayan. So, um, chine-check lang po ulit natin ang audio para mawala ng konti yung echo. And I hope na re-reduce natin yung noise. Ayan. Okay, so without further ado, let us introduce our guest speaker. Ayan. Po siya. Ayan, so it is time for us now to know our .NET speaker. Let me read yung mahabang accomplishments ng ating speaker. Ano? Our guest speaker, subject matter expert, is currently working as a lead software developer at McKesson Canada. He is a hands-on team leader to a group of developers that maintain and develop new features to the company's core applications. He also worked for other reputable companies like Accenture. He was initially based in the Philippines Delivery Center and was transferred to the United States for long-term project assignment. Our speaker started his career as a C++ developer and later transitioned to Microsoft technology stack. Along the way, he became a Microsoft certified solution developer. He also has previous experience in developing mobile applications in the iOS platform. The list of major technologies, programming languages that he used are C#, Angular, SQL, Microsoft and Sybase, WPF, .NET, Framework, /core, WCF services, REST, web services, Dapper, Entity Framework, Object-C, Swift, and more. So, ang dami po. Ang hirap basahin ang profile ng ating guest speaker. Ang dami po niyang accomplishment and itong mga to ay for sure hindi pa rin masyado nating nagagamit ito, no? Yung mga programming languages na to. Kaya marami po tayong matutunan. Practitioner po ang ating guest speaker at talagang lead developer. So let us all welcome our guest speaker, our subject matter expert, Engineer Alejandro P. Isip, the lead software developer at McKesson Canada. Ayan po. So, let me just show yung ano niya para ma-call natin siya. And
Our topic would be focused on database interaction within the .NET application.
Sir Andy,
Yep.
konting interruption lang. Medyo hindi pumasok yung sa audio natin kanina. So,
Okay.
oo. Kindly,
Yeah, can you?
sir, uh, let us again start dun sa
Okay,
iyong introduction. Sorry, sir.
sure. Yeah, no problem. Uh, Let me know after Erwin if I should start. All right. Are we live, Sir Erwin?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All right.
we're on live.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. My name is Alejandro Isip, and I'm a lead software developer at here at McKesson Canada. So, Sir Erwin is my good friend and classmate. We went to college together. We went uh, uh, at some point. We are also we went to work together as well. So. mm, So Erwin, are you? I don't see my screen being shared right now on the podcast. All right, that's perfect. So yeah,
Awesome.
so I guess we should just go right into into the details, and I could start. So yeah, our topic for today would be the database interaction within a .NET application. So you may be wondering why database interaction, right? So because during the span of my career, most of the applications or majority of the applications that I work with interacts with data. So I have never seen a real life, real world application that doesn't interact with data. Majority of them, they have to deal with data. They have to manipulate data. Unless the application is a hello world application, then there is no data interaction. But this topic is one of the foundation when you go within your respective career and you let's say for example you became a software developer, you will for sure you will most likely encounter working with an application that interacts with the database. So I think this is a good topic. It's one of the foundation of being a software developer, knowing how to make an application that interacts within the .NET application. So we are doing .NET, but the principle with other applications like Java and other programming languages is very, very similar. Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead. So yeah, before we start, let's just define some our objectives and ground rules. So the main goal of this podcast is to showcase various ways of how .NET applications interact with the database, as I have said earlier. This means reading or consuming and manipulating data that is relevant to your application. So in general, it is ideal that the audience have basic understanding and background of SQL and .NET. But do not worry if you don't. I will explain, and for sure after this podcast, you will have more time to research or study what we have learned or dealt with within this podcast. So this is the ideal. If you have a basic understanding of SQL and .NET, that's good. But if not, do not worry. Yeah, we'll deal with them. So feel free. Another things like since this is a technology, right? We are broadcasting. Feel free to call my attention or call Sir Erwin's attention in the event of any technical difficulties related to this podcast. Like, for example, there are noise, you cannot hear us, or you cannot see the screen that I'm sharing. So feel free. Sir Erwin is monitoring the chat box, and for sure he will let me know if there is some technical difficulties. Don't worry, just interrupt us. Take note of your questions. This is a long podcast. I'd say about a couple of hours, but for now, take note of your application of your questions. Set them aside in OneNote, and then we will have allocated time later to discuss them. Again, of course, be respectful, no swearing or any form of a foul language. It's poor behavior. And more importantly, just enjoy. Enjoy this podcast. I hope you will learn from it, and eventually it will help you in the future. All right. Going on for our topics of first the introductions about the database, data tools, etc., which we are already doing right now. This is our introduction. After this, we will go right away into the hands-on part of it, which is first of setting up the database. Second, we will, of course, this is setting up the database will roughly take 15 minutes, more or less, give or take. 15 minutes, we don't know. It could be more, or it could be a little bit less than 15 minutes. It's just our estimate, but we are not bounded by that really. Database adapters, and after that, followed by the database adapters, we will tackle open database connectivity, ODBC, object linking and embedding, OLEDV, ADO.NET. That's about 30 minutes, and that's hands-on. Just to give you some background, these adapters are needed when connecting to a database within the .NET application. ODBC and OLEDV were kind of generic adapters that exist even before .NET came to fruition. So ADO.NET, of course, but from the name itself, it came when .NET came, when .NET was released. Second, nowadays, these ones are rarely see them being used, but still they are still useful on some situations. Nowadays, I'm mostly seeing, especially the new applications, they are using object relation mapping, or what we call ORMs. So ORMs, two of the most popular or most commonly used ORMs that I have seen in the industry were Dapper and Entity Framework in the Microsoft world, Microsoft Technology Stack. Dapper is not really Microsoft, but Entity Framework is a Microsoft technology. Dapper is a open source technology. If you are familiar with Stack Overflow, this Dapper was developed by those guys from Stack Overflow. They initially used it on their internal system, and then they made it open source. And then it gained popularity, and personally it's one of my favorite database ORM that I use. I prefer it over Entity Framework for various reasons. And of course, some people may debate about it, but my personal opinion is I like Dapper. During this course, after this, we will also do some ASP.NET Core samples, with focus on database interaction, of course. We do that for roughly 20 minutes. And then, if time permits, we'll deal with other tools as well, like Visual Studio Code, link path, and probably again some tricks or tips on how to deal with your .NET program. And then after that, last but not least, we will have a 30-minute question and answer portion. As I said a while ago, we'll allocate time for this. Cool? So far so good? Yeah, the tools and technology that we will be using in our first, I will be using the Microsoft SQL database engine and Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. So if you are wondering what are these, if you do a quick Google search like MS SQL, you will MS SQL download. Sorry about that. you will see this link at the first one on Google search. I suggest that you download this after the course if you are interested in pursuing developing a database application. I suggest you download it. They have a Microsoft provided a free version. It has two free versions. It has one for the developer edition and the Express edition. The Express edition, you can use it if you, for some reason you have a bright idea or a good idea that you want to use this in production. You can even use SQL Express, or for some reason you have a small project that you want your customers to use SQL Express. Of course, there just read the limitations. So, but for learning purposes and for production purposes, it's free. I would suggest for us for learning, I would suggest download the developer edition. So it has it is a fully featured free editions licensed as development only. So you can use it for learning or for development, but you cannot use it when you deploy to production. So it's pretty good, right? So you could I suggest you download that. And what else? Yep. Let's move on to the next slide. So these are the two, Microsoft SQL and then SQL Server Management Studio. The next one would be .NET Core and ASP.NET Core. And we will use C# programming language. So we needed later on I will show you what's behind .NET Core and ASP.NET Core. But if you are one of the prerequisites, if you want to develop applications in .NET, you need to download the SDK, of course, right? If you do a quick Google search, the first option you could download here, you have .NET Framework and .NET Core. If you are just deploying to a production environment or a machine that you won't use for a program for development, you could just download the runtime. But for our purpose, since we are developing, we are a developer, we download the SDK. Download the .NET Core SDK. Right now, the version is 3.1. And if you want to develop within the .NET framework, you download the SDK as well. Later on, in this slide, I will explain the difference between these two. But for now, the prerequisite: download the SQL if you want to do this on your own. Download the SQL and download the SDKs. Right? Great. Yeah, and I will focus on C# programming language, but technically, since this is .NET, you should be able to use VB.NET. You should be able to use F# or anything like C++ or any programming language that is supported by .NET. You should be able to use them. But what's important here is like you will know the concept on how to do database connectivity within your application. So far, so good. Yeah, again, we will use for the tools that we will be using. We will be mainly using Visual Studio. It's pretty much the de facto standard when developing .NET application. Later, the new kid on the block that was introduced, I think, a couple of years ago, is Visual Studio Code. We'll discuss them as well if times permit, and LinkPad. Visual Studio Code is more of a lightweight programming editor that works in Mac, that works in Linux and Windows. So let's see where we can get this. They are all free. Those three tools that I have mentioned, they are all free. So all you have to do is just do a Google search, Visual Studio download. The first thing that you will see here is like the download. So as you can see here, for Visual Studio, let's just use the latest one, the latest and greatest, Visual Studio 2019. It has different edition: Community, Professional, and Enterprise. This one you have to pay for them, but the Community edition is totally free. So I would suggest download it, play around with it after this. If you want to try the programs that we did in this podcast, you should be able to try it using Visual Studio Community Edition. Yeah, you can also use Visual Studio Code if you want to develop in Mac and Linux. So there are versions for Visual Studio for this one. I guess Visual Studio 2019 has a version for Mac as well, but in Linux, if you want to develop, you can use Visual Studio Code, and as well as LinkPad. Just Google it; it's there. It's free also. There's a paid version and there's a free version for LinkPad. Sounds good. All right. So moving ahead, the digital database adapters that as I mentioned a while ago, we will use them, but basically they are we could download them using Nugget package. I'll explain what's Nugget in a few minutes. ORMs, as I said a while ago, Dapper and Entity Framework will focus on them. So these were the hot technology right now in the Microsoft technology stack when it comes to database connections or interaction with the database within your application. Great. So Windows application framework evolution. This is a kind of high-level overview on the evolution of the application framework within Windows. So before .NET, many of the applications were based on COM object model. If you were working in the early 2000s or maybe even early 90s, if you still remember Visual Studio 6, wherein you have Visual Basic, there you have Visual C++, and I think there's a Power Builder or something like that. Those were the applications that you build there. Some of them are based in COMs. And then later in the game, Sun Microsystems introduced Java, and Java is positioned to outrun this common object model. So because the idea is like Java was multi-platform, it can run on many devices by just writing one code. So then Microsoft, upon release of Java, or I'm not sure which one came first, whether it's Java or .NET, but I'm guessing it's Java. Upon the release of Java, Microsoft came up with a new application framework that will probably the new framework going forward and will probably replace the COM application model, and that is the .NET framework, which was introduced in 2002. Many developers, including me, feel that this .NET framework is Microsoft reaction to Java, right? So it's poised to dethrone the COM because it's a multi-platform, and that is the purpose of Microsoft .NET as well. It was intended to be a Microsoft. It was intended to be a multi-platform as well, but unfortunately, it did not fly well until now. Microsoft .NET framework is mainly focused on Windows. There were previous attempts that were made to make it run on Linux, but for some reason they did not materialize. So still, majority of .NET framework application only runs on Windows. So then later in 2016, I think this is the good one that Microsoft did. Microsoft introduced .NET Core. So this one is now the fully, probably not fully, it runs on, if you write an application, .NET Core, it can run on Linux, it can run on Mac, and it can run on Windows. So it's multi-platform. Initially, .NET Core, I believe it only support ASP.NET Core, but now it has gone bigger, all right? So now, currently, Microsoft has two versions of two framework for .NET, or I would say two different application framework, .NET Framework and .NET Core. Now, so that means if you want to target an environment running in .NET Framework and .NET Core, you have to write two applications, right? But no, Microsoft came up with an idea of introducing the .NET Standard, as you can see here. So this is the .NET Standard. So .NET Standard is a type of application framework is an application library wherein if you write a library in the .NET standard framework, it can be consumed by a .NET Frame application or a .NET Core application. So from the term itself standard. So they wanna be able to support both framework without writing two separate codes. So yeah, unfortunately, this version is a 2.1, and I don't think they are going to enhance it. So that there are other implementation of .NET nowadays, and if you write your code in .NET Standard, they can be consumed by this other .NET implementation as well. And going ahead in the future, Microsoft is going to introduce .NET 5 soon. It's still in a release candidate, but it will be introduced soon. They skip version 4, so right now they are version 3. They skip version 4, and I'm guessing they're just going to use it. They're just going to call it .NET 5, not .NET Core anymore. Right now, all of the documents that I'm seeing is like it's .NET 5, so it's coming very soon. Cool. Yeah, these are the frameworks that .NET Standard supports. As you can see, the .NET, it can only support up to 3.0 right now. Maybe the 5 it will be supported, but right now it's only up to 3.0, and then for .NET Framework it's up to 4.6.1 only. And then these were the other platforms that I'm telling a while ago, but since this topic is mostly focused on database development, we will just skip them. .NET is a big topic, so we'll focus on the database development. So database, commonly used database engines are here. You have Oracle, MySQL, Sybase, SQL Anywhere, SQLite, Postgre, MongoDB, and more. So these were the commonly used in the industry today. But for our podcast, we'll focus on Microsoft SQL Server. All right. That being said, let's get down to business. Let's do some hands-on. All right. So as I told you a while ago, please download SQL Management Studio. I'm launching it now. The first thing that we will do is we're going to build our database. Of course, even if you have your application, but if you don't have a database, then you won't be able to connect to it, right? So the first things first, let's create our database. I'm just going to connect. As you can see, I've launched my SSMS. Connect to it. And the first thing we will do, let's build the database from scratch. So I'm just going to use the GUI interface to create my database. Let's see. So if you right click on it, create a new database. I'm just going to name my database DB webinar. I'm just going to copy paste that so that I know my database name later. Click OK. And voila, we have the DB webinar database over here. If you expand that, you will be able to see various folders. Let's call them folders, but I'm not sure if they are actually called folders. So if you expand tables, within a database, we save our data within tables. So this is the first thing that we should be creating when doing a database, when creating our schema. All right. So by the way, there are two ways to develop if you are developing from scratch. There's this thing called code first, wherein some people they code the schema first. They do it in their C# and then they promote it to their database. Or we could do the database first approach. So what we are doing is called database approach. So I'm not really a fan of a code first approach because in practice I haven't really seen a company doing a code first approach in terms of creating their database. It's always either the database is already existing or they create it before writing the code. All right. So yeah, the first things first. Let's create our table. So I will do it in command in the SQL as a SQL query for now. So the command that you could use is to create table, and then the schema. I'll just use the DBO schema. I will not elaborate further on SQL, since our topic is mostly this topic about SQL is huge. So I will only mention what we need to know, and then we can, probably in the near future we could do another webinar or ask Sir Erwin about it. So DBO, and then I will call my table product. So for safety, I will do this, right? So I'll just do those brackets, and then I will add my columns. So in a table, you will have columns. So I will just call them product. Since I'm creating a product table, I'll just call it product ID. So the ID is like the identifier of your of the product. So int, and then I will make it an identity column, and with the starting one and seeded by one. So meaning our ID, whenever we create a new record on this table, it will start with one, and succeeding records will be incremented by one. And of course, since I plan to make this a primary key later on, so I'm going to mark it as non-nullable. And then I will do another one. So kung may product tayo, if we have products, of course, we should have a product name, right? And then I will just add a data type of bar char, and with a maximum of maybe 256 characters. And of course, I'll mark it as non-nullable as well. And of course, if we have product, we should have price, right? So price, and I'll make it as numeric 14.2. It's also non-nullable. All right, so what's numeric 14.2? Meaning numeric 14.2, our price column will have a total of 14 digits. 14 digits, including the whole number and the decimal. And then this one indicates that it will take 2 decimal places. So that means if it has 2 decimal places, we have 2 whole numbers to the left, and the 12, I mean, not 2, 12, we can have up to 12 digits to the left, and then 2 digits to the right, total of 14. So that's the schema of our table. Now, of course, the next thing that I want to do is I want to add a constraint to my table. I want to add a constraint to my table, and I want to call my constraint PK product. Okay, product. So what's this? Because I want to make this column my primary key. I want to do it. I want to call the primary key product, and then I will make primary key clustered. Meaning a table can only have one clustered index. So, and most of the time it's assigned to the primary key. And then we'll define our primary key stuff over here. And then what the primary key that I want to use is my product, and I want to order it in ascending order. All right. And here I'm just going to do some on primary. Yeah, just ignore it. Sorry, I'll just remove that, so that I think this is good. So by default, it will go to the primary. So now if we execute this SQL, I'm just going to press F5 and execute it. It executed successfully, and if you go back to this left side and you refresh this, there is now your product table. All right. So you now, congratulations, you now have created your first table within SQL. All right. So if we go here and issue a select statement from that table, product, it has no data yet, right? So meaning we will insert data later on within our application to this table. So usually this SSMS Management Studio, it marks it as red whenever you add new tables. So I'm just going to close my window. for some reason you have to restart it whenever you add a new table, so that the intelligence feature will be able to recognize it as a table. But that's okay. It's maybe a glitch within Management Studio. Hopefully, it will be fixed on future release of this application. All right. So now we created our first table under webinar, and I believe we are now ready to create. Oh, but before we do that, let's expand our table here. So here, our table. You remember we added three columns to our table. It has primary keys here, right? If you expand here, you could see also the columns that you added, and you could see here the product that you introduced. Triggers indexes are another topic for another day. So triggers are basically some actions that the SQL engine will perform whenever you add or insert something to the database, and indexes are for performance. Sounds good. Yeah, I think yeah, we are ready then. We are ready to create our first .NET application that for this podcast. So for so that we will not be distracted with our learning, I will reserve the later portion of this podcast to learn to create a ASP.NET Core application. For simplicity, I don't want you to distract you to the meat of the topic. I will use a console application to demonstrate how to connect this application. But the concept is the same with pretty much other applications, other type of application that you create within .NET. And later on, we'll tackle ASP.NET Core. All right, so first things first, you have to create your new project. Over here, you have a create new project. And voila, you have now the different application or different project types over here. So I'm just going to go through with this one. So here you could see the type of application that you want to create. And if you want to create, for example, a desktop application, here are the templates that you can use. If you want to use or create a test or a web application, here are the templates that you can use. As I mentioned, we will be creating ASP.NET Core. You could use this. So for our purposes, we will create a console application in .NET Core. So I'm just going to select this and then click next. And I'm going to put my project within this webinar folder. So I just retain that. And I will call my project console demo. So it's a demo application. And I will name this solution. I want to assign a different name to my solution. I want to call it webinar. And then I'll create my project. Create. The solution is specified already. Exists. Do you want? Okay. Do you want a new solution? Yes, I just realized I created another webinar a while ago. So I was testing my application. So before this, so I just created a new one. So it looks like there's a conflict. Sounds good. Yeah. So cool. So this is the solution. The idea is like within a solution, you could have many different types of applications. You could have maybe in the future, you could add a new application here, like a new project or a different type of application. That's why I name it differently. And for the sole purpose, I just used this console demo so that we could use practically won't get distracted within the meat of this application. All right. So now the first thing that I want to discuss to you guys would be, if you go back to my slide a while ago, right here, I want to discuss this first. I want to demonstrate how to connect to a database using these adapters. Let's start with ODBC first, and then OLEDB, and then ADO.NET, and after that, we will do Dapper and Entity Framework. Sounds good? All right. So yeah, first thing we have to do is to get the package, the adapter. So in .NET, the standard in doing that is to get some package is to right click on your project, and then over here you have this manage NuGet package. NuGet is now the .NET standard, is the Microsoft standard in adding packages to your application. So if you hit that, and the name of the package that you want to include in your application is, I think it's system.odbc. Oh, sorry, it's system.data.odbc. I think, yeah, I saw it. So here, see, luma na tong, this package is old, but you can see it still has 6.11 million downloads. So it tells you that it's still being used now. It's still being used during this time. All right. So the next thing, I'm just going to install it. Install, and then of course it will install the Visual Studio will install it together with the corresponding dependency. All right. Click OK. We'll install it. Soon you will see it. If you see this green arrow over here, that means your package has been installed. All right. So now, the first thing that I want to do is to first, let's see, let's create, let's add record to this product table. If you remember, if you do a select over this one, oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong database. I should be on the webinar, so take note of that. If it's still empty, right? So there's nothing in our record. We have to basically insert new record into that. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new static here, private. Let's just call it private static void. Let me know if the screen is smaller. I'm going to make it bigger, a little bit bigger, just in case it's small. All right, so I'm going to do a public static void create product. So just make it use a meaningful name. So what this will do is like we will call this create product within our main entry point, within the main entry point of our program, and then what this does is it create our product. All right. So what we're going to do first, since we are going to use ODBC, we have to define the connection string, right? So I'm going to name connection string would be here. So connection string is long, so I'm going to, as help, I'll just copy paste my connection string over here. All right. So, but let's go through it one by one. So the connection string, or at least for ODBC, you specify the driver. The driver is, in this case, since we are using SQL Server, we will use, of course, SQL Server, right? So you could see them if you go to Control Panel, Administrative Tools. Then you see this ODBC 32 and ODBC 64, depending on your machine. If you expand this, these are the different drivers. If you add one, these are the drivers that you can use. You could use, right now in my system, I have SQL Native Client and this one, but we're going to use SQL Server. So you could install as many drivers as you want in your system, but right now we only need SQL Server. So the name must be the same to that. And then the server would be that's the name of my SQL server. So as you can see, if I connect here, this is my database engine. This is my server. This is my server name. All right. Server name, this is it. It doesn't have to be like this. It's just the nature of my system. When you install SQL, you will be able to control the name of your SQL server and trusted connection. In SQL, when you install your SQL, you will be prompted what type of connection that you will use. You could use Windows authentication and SQL Server authentication. If you have both of these and some other stuff over here, that means you installed your SQL database using mixed mode authentication, or you could only use either one of these, like SQL Server only authentication. I recommend use mixed mode authentications for flexibility, but in real world application, it's up to your database administrator to decide. Okay, so I'm just going to use. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm going to adjust it. Let me know. Yeah, is it good enough? Perfect. All right. Yeah. So as I was telling a while ago, you could install SQL in mixed mode. So this means that if you use trusted connection, if you set it to yes, it means it will use my Windows credential to connect to my SQL database. For simplicity, I will just use trusted connection. But if you are using SQL authentication, you should specify the username and password in this connection string. All right. So simplicity, and then the database. This is the wrong database. My database name is really DB webinar. So it was copy paste error. I'm going to change that to my database. So this is your database name, not this one. This is my test database. I want to make sure I got I try what I'm demoing now before I do it. So that's why I created this other database. For now, this is the webinar database. You're going to do it. All right. Now you have your connection string. Perfect. The second thing that you need to do is instantiate your connection. So I'm going to use the using statement and then followed by two mustaches or two curly brackets. And then I'll just you name it connection. Var connection is equal to ODBC connection. All right, as you can see, I have IntelliSense there. And then when I do ODBC connection, you will have to specify your connection string. If you go to the constructor of this one, let's see that it's trying to suggest that, nope, I don't want to do that. I want to use my connection string. All right. So I'm going to use using, perfect. Oh, what did it do? Sorry about that. I'm just going to indent them properly. I'm just going to, all right, use system.data.odbc. I'm just going to do this. Let's see what it's trying to do. Change ODBC to connection builder. Nope, I don't want to do that. I just want to use this connection string. And then put this var over here and put that one, all right? And update the ODBC, the ODBC connection. Oh, okay, I know what's missing. Sorry about that, guys. So I have to instantiate it, ODBC connection. Perfect. So yeah, if you see the constructor of this one, if you pick the definition, you see that it has various constructors. So we are just using the connection string constructor. So what it means is like whenever we make a connection, it will use this connection information and supply to this adapter. This is now part of the adapter that we installed a while ago. Remember, using Nugget package. So you now do that. And the next thing that we will do is we have to define our command. Our command, new ODBC command, command, and then, right. So here, if you the ODBC command accept a SQL statement, you have to specify your SQL statement here to save me from typing. I already prepared it, and just copy paste it here. All right. So what this will tell you is like this ODBC command will insert this command. When it gets executed, it will execute this SQL statement into your database. So what it will do is like it will add a new product to your database. So let's see. I'm just going to name it milk from ODBC. So just to specify it's from ODBC. So let's just take a moment and step back and see what this means. If we copy paste that and go back to SQL and put this here, technically this SQL statement you could just run it here and execute, right? But instead of executing it here manually within SQL, what we're doing is like we're making our application do that for us. So right. So technically, you don't get your user insert directly to your database. They go through the application. So that's what this means. So it will insert this. If you will notice in this product table, we have 3 columns, right? You might be wondering why we are only inserting 2. If you go back to the design of this table, you right click on it and go to the design. You remember we made this column identity. Identity, what identity means is like this column will automatically assign values. So whenever you insert to this database, the column will be predetermined by SQL for you. You don't have to insert values. And even if you specify that in your insert statement, for say for example, you added the product ID here, and then you insert it, you added it here, you added 2, right, or 1. When you execute this, it will throw you an error that you cannot explicitly insert something into your database. See that? Because this is an identity column, the database will not allow you to do that. All right. So if we select product, still empty, that insert failed, so we don't have to. All right. So now you have the command. The next thing that you need to do is to assign your connection to this command. So our command. Connection. You could also specify it within the constructor, but I'm just I want you to see that we can assign it, right? So command connection, you assign the connection, and then before you can use your connection, you have to open it. So connection, you have to call the open method. I hope the screen is large enough now. Just a reminder if not. So connection.open, and then what you could do after everything is set up now, the command, ODBC command has the SQL and it now has the connection, and now this code open the connection. You are now ready to execute this command. So our SQL is an insert statement. If you do the command, you should be using execute non-query. I will explain the different command later, but for now, what this execute non-query means is like it will execute non-select statement. Like if you are doing an update, if you are doing insert or a delete statement, you should be using execute non-query. And this execute non-query will return you the how many rows were affected. All right. So at this point, the connection, you execute this. This is the method responsible for communicating to your database and executing whatever SQL you want to do to the database. All right. So at this point, you are ready. For demonstration purposes, I'm just going to write a console dot write line, and then I'm just going to write the number of rows that were affected. Successfully written one product to the database. All right. All right. So once we execute it, we execute this function. If we go to our database, we will be able to see one record over here. All right. So I'm assuming the product ID that will be assigned would be 2 because if you remember, we executed this invalid select statement. For some reason, SQL already consumed that ID, and now it will if you insert a new row into this table, it will now be 2. The ID will now be 2. All right. Let's call this to our main entry point. Call it create product, and then we are ready to run. All right, let's see what happens. So if you run this one, you should be able to see a console in my window. All right. So yeah, our application is successfully written one product to the database. If you go back to our this is the rows affected, so it only affected one row. Of course, if your SQL statement affected multiple rows, it will say 2 or 3 or 4 or whatever number of rows that were affected. In this case, it's only one. So voila, congratulations, you have successfully interacted with your database using your .NET application. Let's go to the database to see what happens. So we inserted this information. We inserted the milk product and with a price of $20 or 20 pesos. So if you execute the select query, see that? Oh, it won. One. It looks like it didn't counted the ID a while ago, the erroneous ID that we inserted. So that's good. Looks like there's an improvement with SQL already. Yeah. So yeah, you inserted products already, right? So awesome. All right, let's demonstrate on how we can insert multiple records. All right, so let's just try to do insert multiple records in this one. I'm just going to maybe change this to, let's see, banana. Banana ODBC, let's just change the price to $9.00, and then I will insert another record over here saying, let's say orange, and then I just name it ODBC. I'm naming them ODBC because later on in this course, I will insert another record for different adapters, and then we will be able to distinguish which one was inserted, right? But technically, you should be able to use anything, right? And maybe it costs 10.75. And now when I execute this, it will now insert 2 more records into our database. Voila, I just modified the SQL and then I run the program. All right, see that? It inserted 2 records. Maybe the screen is too small. Let me know, but I'm not sure if there's a way to modify this screen. Let's see, properties. Yeah, there is. Let's do 28. Perfect. I hope this is big enough. So yeah, it's inserted 2 products. So if we now go to our database, you should be able to see 3 records in this database, the first one and the other 2 that we just inserted. Well, voila, that's good. So that's how you insert a record to a database. And then, sir, here in your SQL, you inserted them manually. What if we want this SQL to be inserted based from the output of the user? Let's say here we hard coded them, right? Yeah, you could do that. You could make use of what's so-called parameters. You could parameterize your query, right? So let's create a different method here and demonstrate how to parameterize our query. So create I'll just copy paste this. I'll just leave this here so that we could go back to it. Copy paste code, and then I'll just insert one values for this one. I'll just remove this guy, and then I will modify my SQL so that it accept a parameter. In ODBC, a parameter is denoted as a question mark. All right. Different adapters have different way of doing parameters. So, but in ODBC, it's question mark. Okay. Good. So now, what we will do is we have these parameters, right? What we could do is like maybe we could write a console at right line, write a message to the user. What we will do is like we will make the user uh, enter those values for us, not like hard coded in your application. So enter product name, and then we will var product name. We will console the read line. This means we will read whatever the user will input, and then we will use console that write line, enter price, enter the price. Yep, I'm just going to do that. Then we'll just get price string. By default, anything we enter within the screen for console application is string format. So I'm naming my price str, and then you read line. But I want it to be a number, right? When we insert it to the database, so we can just convert it here. Price is equal to convert to decimal. I'm just going to convert this price string into decimal. All right, and then perfect. Up to this point, we now have the information that we can insert to the database, right? The application, we now get it from the user, and now it's high time for us to insert data to the database. Insert the information we gathered, the product name and price, into the database. So unlike our previous example over here, we just added the product name and the price here, right? We hard coded them, but in this version of this insert method, we want to get them from the user. All right. So what we can do, as I've said, you could parameterize your query. You could do your command. It has a property called parameters, and then you could add the parameter over here. All right, maybe I should define it as a var param1 equal to new ODBC parameter. For ODBC, you could add a name and then the name of the parameter and then the value of the parameter. ODBC, it doesn't really matter what name you add, but for maybe for code readability, I would just say product name, but really doesn't matter. ODBC doesn't accept names, parameter names. And then my parameter 2, I just call it product name, and then I'll just call this product price, param price. I will then call it price. We use the copy paste, and then I will replace it with the value of the price that we just converted or we just taken from the user. All right, at this point, our SQL ODBC command is well informed on what values we want to insert to the database. So we are ready to go. We are ready to insert. So of course, this is we have to call it, replace our call here. We want to replace this. This is just standard. We want to replace it so that it calls that second parameter. Now this is no longer used. And if we run this, you should be able to see whatever we insert to this one. Right now we have 3 records, and then I run this program. Sir Erwin, let me know if I'm running out of time. So enter product name. Maybe I will just say Apple ODBC dash ODBC and enter. And then my Apple is like maybe for $4.50, and then I hit enter. Oh, what did it do? We encountered an error. All right, so let's see what happens. All right, let's see what happens to our, oh, I see. Yeah, see this? We have the product name, but we really haven't added them to the command. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, we declared the parameters, but we haven't really added them. That's why we're getting an error. So you have to add. We have to add them to the parameters collection of the on this one. So I will add it, paste that, and replace it with my new parameter. Perfect. All right. Good. I ran the program again, and it should insert the product. So I'll try again. Take 2, Apple does OBVC, and then my Apple is 9.50. Oh, as you can see, successfully written one product to the database. Perfect. Good sign. So now we entered Apple, right? If we go back here, we now have 4 records. We just entered 4 apples. Oh, sorry, the 4th record called apples. Yeah, you can see here, parameterized. The one thing that you should be aware of when it comes to ODBC is that the parameter you specified here should be in sequence. So say, for example, for this one, the product name, in my SQL statement, my product name is here, and I'm this is my parameter for the product name, and this is my parameter for the price is second, right? You need to make sure they, when you add them to the parameter collection, they are in sequence. Otherwise, it will error out. Let's try that. Let's show that. So what I did here is like I added this parameter, price parameter first, but my intention in my query or my SQL is that it should be the second parameter, right? And the reason why it will fail is because they don't the data type doesn't match. The product name is is type of string, and this one is numeric or decimal, right? So that's why this SQL will fail. And since we did not specify the right sequence, this will fail. So let's run it again. I'm just going to call error. Then let's see, let's just certify. See that? If you go back and examine this error, it will not proceed, right? Yeah, because these ones are not in proper sequence. All right, just take note of that. ODBC is like that, but the other ones, the other adapters, you could, as long as you specify the right name, the order doesn't matter. In this ODBC, that's how it was built, and that's how it should follow. All right, I'm not sure if I'm running out of time now. I think I'm taking time. I'm just going to do one more example, and I'm just going to copy paste some code, okay? So, yeah. All right, perfect. All right, sounds good. All right, yeah, let's focus again. Let's do some, now, this code that I just showed you are basically the direction would be from your application. It's adding data to your database. So it's the direction would be application pushing some data to the database. Now the next sample that I'm going to show you is your application is pulling data from your database. Okay. So let's try to do that. Let's do another private static void get all products. So from the word itself, it will retrieve all products from the database. All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to again do some copy pasting from my previous functions. Copy paste. Then the difference is here, and the difference is here. we could declare our command and then var command where new ODBC command, ODBC command, and then let's change our SQL to be select asterisk from product. All right. So basically what we're going to do here is like we will pull the data from the database and display it into our application. So there are two ways in ODBC to display products. One is using a reader, and the other one is using a data adapter. I will show both in case and explain the difference between the two. So same as we did a while ago, we assign the connection, and then we open the connection. All right, perfect. And then our SQL doesn't need any parameters, so we are good. And as I said, we will in this example we will do a reader, right? And then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to get the reader, execute reader. Use the execute reader method from the command ODBC command. So what this will do is like it will instantiate a reader, and this reader we can use it to loop through the records that was returned by the SQL. So basic loop would be reader dot read, and then two mustaches, two curly brackets, and then in this one we would be able to retrieve the data that we use. Okay. So reader 0. So reader 0, reader 1. So what we're going to do, I'm going to retrieve each column. Okay, if you check this query, it will return exactly this table, right? Product ID, product name, and price. The way you retrieve your column in ODBC is like using a reader. Is reader 0. All right. So what this means as reader 0, it will retrieve the first column. It's a zero-based index. Reader 0 is the product ID column. Reader index 1 would be the product name column. Index 2 would be the price column. All right. So I know this product ID is an integer, so I'm just going to change this to convert to integer, so that it perfectly matches the data type. And then product name. So this one, as I said, this should be reader what? Reader, if you are paying attention, this should be reader 1, index 1. And then I'm going to use the toString function to convert the value into string. And then the next thing that we will do is retrieve the price column. So I'm going to name it price and then reader 2. So sunod lang, right? In sequence 0, 1, 2. And I know this is a decimal type, so I'm just going to convert that again to decimal. All right, perfect. Now this data represent one row within your within the records that were retrieved by this SQL statement. And now what we're doing here is like this loop is looping for each one of these rows. Okay, so imagine loop, first loop, it will get this, second loop, it will get this, third loop, it will get this, and fourth loop, it will get that. And then the next thing I will do, I just want to display those values that I retrieved so that we could see them within our application. Okay, I'm just going to do the ID. I'm just going to put the product ID here, product ID, and then put some spaces, 3 spaces. I'm just going to display the product name, and then put 3 spaces. I'm just going to display the price. Then I'll put some $sign over here so that our price will display properly as in dollar format. All right. So now we are pretty much ready to run this method. So let's of course go through our comment this method and then call this. If we coded everything well, this should display this information in our screen. Okay. All right, let's run it. All right, perfect. So see this? Our application is now able to retrieve this information from our database. See that? So it retrieved the milk together with the price and so on and so forth. So it shows you whatever in the database, you will be able to retrieve them. So now we are retrieving. Of course, we could put some conditions to our database, to this, right? Let's say you don't want to really display all the products. I want to select. I just want to do a search maybe for something, right? Like anything that has the letter E, I wanna display them, or anything where price is less than $10, I wanna display them. All right, let's do that. So let's again, I will copy paste this since the code will be pretty much the same. Okay, I'm just going to copy paste this. Get all products with condition. What I'm going to do, I'm going to add a condition to this one where price is less than or equal to the price, right? So if you can remember, this is the parameter that we want to supply to our database, or to our SQL. So now in here, I want to just use this console dot write line enter price criteria. All right, and then I want to get this var price str console dot read line, and then I want to convert the price into. Technically, you shouldn't be doing it, but I'm an OC developer, so I want to convert it to decimal. I want the data type to be perfectly matching. Right, price. So this now, the intention is now we make this whatever price is entered by the user, we will add it as a parameter. So for example, if I enter $9 in the console, the query will display all products that are $9 with the price of $9 and below. So if I entered $9 maybe or $10 and below, it will display two rows, right? As you can see from this price, because that's what the SQL is telling us. All right. So price decimal, the local price cannot be declared in this context. Why? Okay. Because I already priced param. Okay, I'm just going to do that. And then I'm just going to add this parameter to my command, right? As we did a while ago, command, point parameters, point add. I'm just going to do it directly, new ODBC parameter, then the price param, right? I just did it. I just didn't separate it into separate lines. I just did it in line, but it's pretty much the same what we did in the previous example. So now when this execute, we are expecting two records to be displayed. A while ago, we pulled all four. Now it depends on whatever values that the user will enter. So let's comment this bad guy over here, and then just execute and run. All right. So now it's asking for a price. Like I'm just going to enter maybe $11 and then see what happens. All right. I'm just going to enter $11. Voila. So anything that is below $11, it displays them, right? So if you compare our current records in the database against what we have entered, it displays here we have 4, here we have 3, because our SQL criteria specify that to return only anything within the $11 or less. Perfect. Awesome. Cool. All right. So that's retrieving data. I told you a while ago there is another way of retrieving data. And by the way, before you do that, maybe as an exercise after this parameter, after this podcast, what you could probably do is like create a program that will search the product by name. Let's say if I entered orange and then there are multiple multiple product with orange name there, it should return it. So in that case, you could use select something like this in your program where product name like maybe orange. You could do something like that in your. You could do that. You could do that in your exercise. Perfect. Or within your spare time, whenever you want, if you want to learn this thing. Okay. So okay, another thing, another way to retrieve is data from the database is by adapter. So okay, let me demonstrate that. I'm just going to get all products, get all products using adapter. Okay, perfect. All right, so pretty much the same. What will happen here is like instead of using a command, we will do it differently. We will do ODBC adapter, and then we will declare something like a data set. Oh, okay. And then after I demonstrated this, I'm going to explain the difference between a reader and a data adapter. So the first thing that I need to do is to declare the data set. Then new ODBC data set. Oh, sorry, not ODBC, just the data set, since this is pretty common with .NET. Data set, and then after that, I'm going to instantiate the adapter. Adapter, all right, new ODBC adapter. As you can see in the IntelliSense, it's telling me that, and then the constructor for adapters, like it takes the SQL statement and the connection. So let's say select asterisk from product. And then the adapter will do is like, it's going to fill the data set, all right? So which we declared over here. And then what we can do is we could display the values for this in the data set. So I'm just going to display one, but technically you could look, right. So in the okay, let me step back a little bit and explain what's going on with the code. So the two pretty much the same standard. We declared our connection and our connection string over here, and now the data set over here, and now the data adapter, which specify the product and the SQL statement and the connection to use. So in here, what's happening after you hit fill, whatever records that this adapter retrieve from the database, it will put them into the data set. So any record, unlike with this reader a while ago, when you execute this, at this point when you execute this, the adapter or the ODBC did not retrieve the records yet from the database. So it's kind of lazy loaded. So it only retrieves the database in for the reader whenever you loop for this record. So what happens here is like it goes to the database and retrieve your record one by one. So you don't see that. I know you just saw the final output, but behind the scenes, behind the ODBC, that's what's happening. It's retrieving them on demand. Unlike in ODBC, after you call fill, it will pull all the data from the database right away and assign it to the data set. And then once you got the data set, you would be able to loop through that. At that point, when you loop through the records, you don't need to. It's not really going to the database because it's already did it here. So all records was already retrieved here, and they were in the memory under this variable. All right, let's demonstrate that. So now I'm just going to do first in this data set, there's a table, and I'm just going to retrieve that table, and it's at index 0. I know it's an index 0 because I only have one SQL statement here. And then within this table, within this product table, there are rows in it. So if you go product tables rows, it's a collection of row, right? So let's look into those rows. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do a for each statement over here. Var, I'm not var, I'm just going to do it data row in product table that rows. Perfect. And then now for each row, there are records in it, right? In this row, you will be able to retrieve the columns either by column name or by index. You could do something like this: var product ID would be equal to row index 0. So now you could do index 0, or you could specify the name of the column. So I would recommend specifying the name of the column versus just doing index, because if your select statement rearrange the row that it returns, you will be prone to error, right? So let me give you an example. Product name. Here, right? If I change the order of the SQL, where in the product name is no longer the second column, you will be in trouble. Your application will crash. So whereas if you use the column names over here, it's much safer. Even if I rearrange the rows, the columns that this SQL returns, you're still in pretty good shape, and your application will not crash. So it's a good practice. I would even say best practice to always specify the name of the column that you are retrieving. All right, and then for this one, I'm retrieving the price column. I'm just going to write this price, and then of course I'm OC with a data type. I'm just going to convert this to decimal. All right, and then I'm just going to convert it to string, just like we did in the previous one. Convert it to integer, and then we are all set. We now retrieve the data for this row in our loop statement. And to save me, I'm just going to copy paste this console.write line. Perfect. Awesome. So now if we execute this, it will execute pretty much the preview. It will output pretty much the same information as the other method that we did, but it does it with different approach using adapter. So if we run this, everything is in place, we will be able to retrieve it. Perfect, right? See, it retrieve it, yeah. But now using data adapter, it puts the data first into the memory and then loop into it. While on the reader, as the program loops into the reader, that's the time that it's making an exploration to the database and retrieve the appropriate rows. You may be wondering, sir, which one should I use over the other? it depends on the logic within your applications. In real world scenario, let's say you are retrieving maybe 1,000 records. So your SQL will return 1,000 records. Does it make sense for your application to put all those 1,000 records into the memory? If you use a data adapter, all those 1,000 records will be placed into the memory, which it might bug your application because you put a lot of data into the memory, right? It might crash or it might slow down your application. So that's where the usage differ. So whereas if you just do a retrieve them one by one as you need them using a reader, it consumes less memory within your application. So, sir, what's the drawback? The drawback within the reader is like there is a network time associated with it, right? As you iterate through each of the record, what happens is like there's a network traffic going on between your application and your database. So there is a latency or increased lag into your application. So the usage will differ depending on the logic of your application. So maybe I would say rule of thumb, if you are only retrieving few records, like for example, maybe less than 50 records, you could just use adapter. Or it depends on how big is the data that you are reading, right? So that's the rule of thumb. When you work in the industry, you might encounter a problem, something related to this. Hopefully, you will remember this course and you will be able to solve that problem. Awesome. All right. So now the next thing that I want to show is like, how do I delete a record? So it's pretty much the same as create product, except that you want your you just change your SQL query. How do I update? How do I update? So let's do delete first. So I copy pasted our create method, right? Literally, I copy pasted it. So now all you have to do is change this SQL statement. So you have delete product. What this will do, this SQL statement is it will delete the whole uh, product records, right? So but I don't want to do that. If you go here, if you just execute this, it will delete all of this record. So for demonstration purposes, let's just delete record number 3. All right. So I don't want to delete everything. So I'm just going to add a what they call condition in this query. So to delete this third record only, and the product ID, the primary key, the unique key for that record is product ID 3. All right. So yeah, if you want to be fancy, you could make this as a parameter, and you could ask the user so that it will enter which product ID to delete or which product name to delete. But for demonstration purposes, to save time, I want to just hard code it and delete it. All right. So delete product. Let's run it. Let's put it here. Let's comment out this bad guy again, and then awesome. If everything is in place, I execute it, it should delete that record into my database. So we didn't change the message, but that's okay. This is just a message. Technically, what our program did is it deleted it. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. So now, as you can see, we have 4. If we execute this product again, we should not see this record anymore since it's already deleted. Yola, perfect. Perfect. How do I do an update then, sir? So if you, again, I'm going to copy paste this, same drill. I'm just going to copy paste this. I'm just going to call this update. But this time, I'm going to change my SQL to update the price of one of the product. So let's update, for example, the price of this product ID 1 because it's too expensive. The milk is $20.50. So let's update that. That product is too expensive. I'm going to update product, and then I'm going to set price over here. Maybe let's reduce it to $1. So I'm going to be fancy, and I'm going to reduce. I'm going to do some math here, minus maybe $5. All right. So MySQL, the update SQL that I did is I'm going to reduce this price to $5. So after we execute our SQL statement, the price of this uh, product should just be $15.50. All right. So as you can see here, I deducted $5 from my product, and I added this condition over here. Again, you could be fancy. You could make this as a parameter, but it's up to you. So for demonstration purposes, for the benefit of time, I'm going to just do that, hard code it, and just do that. All right. Awesome. All right. Let's do this. Oh, I didn't realize it will take this much time. Maybe we need a part two, Sir Erwin. All right. I got a feeling we will not reach the fun part, which is the ORM and the data adapter. All right. I'm probably going to skip to those if we want to. So, right. Product, I'm going to run this. And as I've said, it should update this. All right, successfully written. I forgot to change the message again, but that's fine. I'm going to close this application. I'm just going to database. It's $20 now. If I execute it, see that it updated the value in the database. Perfect. Awesome. So that's the basic way to communicate with your database within ODBC. All right. So now, before we proceed to OLEDB, I just want to do some refactoring from our code. As you can see, we cluttered all our data, all our methods over here, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to maybe create a class here, create a new class here called ODBC Data Access. And then I'm going to make this class public. I'm going to transfer all the methods we added in this program to clean it a little bit. I'm going to transfer them to that class. All right. So I'm just going to refactor the code so that it's not a little bit clean, a little bit cleaner. Okay. Perfect. And I'm going to make these public methods. Right now, and then they're not static anymore. I want to instantiate it. All right, I want to use the ODBC. All right. Okay, I'm just going to do it for every method. Okay, I'm just going to export this guy. All right, I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to do this. So basically, this has nothing to do with the way ODBC is communicating to your database or the way your application is. Just more of a cleanup on the code. All right. So instead of putting this into the main class, we created another class, and the way we will call it is true by. Let's declare. So now what I did is I put all the functions or the methods to this class so that we don't clutter this particular class. And now to use this, I'm just going to demonstrate quickly. ODBC new ODBC access. So I'm instantiating the new class that I created here. And then within my ODBC, I'm just going to get all products. Or you could call the other methods as well that create product, but for demonstration purposes, I'm just going to call one. It's pretty much the same. I just made the code nice and clean. If you run it, you display all the products, right? Awesome. Perfect. Yeah, I'm just going to comment this out and proceed with ODBC, OLEDB. All right. OLEDB adapter and ADO.NET, they have pretty much the same approach with how do you call it, with ODBC. Okay. Maybe before I proceed, I wanna ask Mr. Sir Erwin. Sir Erwin, I think it's 11 p.m. now, and I have pretty much more. I think about what they call it. Maybe I will need another 1.5 hours to finish all the other courses. So, what do you think? Maybe I should just proceed with ADO.NET. So let's see. I have, yeah. Maybe we should just do another part two of this one because, yeah, I still have some stuff to discuss. I'm just going to. All right. So right now we just finished this first part, right? Maybe I will tackle OLEDB, and then on part two we will tackle ADO.NET, Upper and Entity Framework, and ASP.NET Core, because these ones are the meat of our course. This Although ODBC, OLEDB, and ADO.NET are still being used, especially ADO.NET are still being used in the industry. Most company now are migrating either to ORMs, either to Dapper, Entity Framework, or to any other ORM available out there. So I will do OLEDB for now. Maybe we'll schedule another session at around 11:30. We'll start the Q&A, and then after I did the OLEDB, and then we'll do a part two of this one. Let's discuss it. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's not being compromised. I think it's better to just stop after we finish OLEDB, and then next time we will do ADO.NET. Yeah, I think it's just perfect. So if we do OLEDB, we will be finished around 11:30, and then 11:30 up to 12 will be just for Q&A between these two. And since it's pretty much late in my time, I'm in Eastern time zone. If I go any farther, it will be a little bit too late. I have some stuff in the morning. I'm a morning person, so it's just perfect after Sergey, no worries. All right. Awesome. All right. So now I will follow the same coding pattern that I did with this ODBC. I'm just going to add a new class over here. Okay. By the way, class or folks, I'm now proceeding with the. I'm now switching gear. I'm now proceeding with OLEDB. So ODBC is done. If you have questions, we'll tackle them after this. So I'm going to do OLEDB data access. Awesome. Then I'm just going to do public class OLEDB. And what I'm going to do first is I'm going to create another method in here that will create products, right? I'm going to do another public void create product. Okay, by the way, guys, I forgot something. Before we proceed with OLEDB, before we can use OLEDB, we have to get the corresponding NuGet package for it. Remember a while ago, we took the NuGet package for ODBC, right? Same thing with OLEDB. We have to install or include the equivalent NuGet package for OLEDB. So it should be system dot data dot OLE. There you go, intelligence. So there are a lot of different OLEDB over here. Oh, sorry, SQL adapter over here. It depends on your. There are also Oracle adapters, MySQL adapters, but the concept is very similar. So if you click there, so OLEDB, it's still being used, 2.44 million downloads, and I click install, and then it will install all the dependency, and I click OK. Now it's installing. Something's happening with my Visual Studio Code. Well, probably it installed something. All right. So if we go here, we now have two NuGet package installed on our project, ODBC and OLEDB. You don't have to install both of them. If you are just using ODBC, you just use install ODBC. If you are using OLEDB, just use OLEDB. So because I don't want to create another project, I want to reuse this existing project. It's just a demonstration. That's why I'm installing both of them in this project. Okay, but technically you don't have to do that unless you need to use both. Okay, I will explain later what's the difference between these adapters. So, sir, why do we have so many adapters? Once we tackle all of them, let's explain why. All right. So what we need to do with this one is again we have to declare again the connection string. The process is pretty much the same with ODBC, but there's a slight difference with the syntax and the classes that you need to use. So connection string equals to new. Oh, sorry, not new. This is just a string. I'm just going to do another copy paste from my connection string. All right, I copy pasted. I think this DB webinar. All right, so let's examine the difference between the connection string of the ODBC and the connection string of OLEDB. Let's just, what did I do? All right. So as you can see, there's a slight difference between the way connection strings are provided within SQL OLEDB, right? So the trusted connection, as I explained a while ago, the database. I want to make sure I got the database name correct. The server and all other stuff are the same except for these two ones. So in OLEDB, you could use SQL Server, you could use Microsoft Access driver, you could use a text-based driver or any driver, you could change that. In OLEDB, you can only use this. Or if there is an adapter for text OLEDB or provider, it's called provider in the OLEDB, you should use OLEDB as well. Text OLEDB. Right? That's the main difference. The rest, they are very similar to each other. So again, I'm going to use var. Oh, sorry, using. I'm going to do the using construct var connection. Go to new OLEDB connection. There you go. OLEDB connection, and then the parameter. Okay. So you may be wondering, guys, why I keep using this connection, right? Sorry, this using construct whenever I do a connection. It is because that these connections are disposable. Disposable meaning some of them are using resources. So whenever you finish using this class, you need to dispose it. you need to dispose it explicitly. If I didn't use a using construct, what will happen is like I whenever after using this connection, I'm just going to connection to I will have to probably dispose it. I'll have to dispose this application, dispose this character so that any resources that it's handling, it will be automatically released. Any non-managed resources that it's handling or that it's referencing, it will be clean up. All right. So that's why uh, I'm using this using construct so that I don't have to dispose it explicitly. After my program execute, this using construct will automatically do the cleanup for me. Yes, sir. I thought .NET is you don't have to worry about you don't have to worry about memory with .NET. That's true. But if there are unmanaged code that is being referenced by your class, .NET will not be able to clean those up for you. Only managed code is being cleaned up by the garbage collection, but garbage collector within the .NET framework. All right. So yeah, let's continue. So I have here, of course, as the same with what we did a while ago. I'm just going to copy paste it and just change it. Create product. I'm just going to copy paste this. OLEDB. Right. So it's very similar. I'm just going to remove this. It's very similar. All right. Except that here we are using ODBC. It's good that they follow the same naming convention. You could just do that. OLDB similar to that, except for the connection string. You use the same OLEDB command, you open it, and then you do execute non-query. All right, and then it will also insert, of course. Let's try to change it to OLEDB, and the price probably is $1.25. Right, let's call this and go back to our program. So instead of ODBC, I'm just going to use OLEDB is equal to new OLEDB data access, and then in my OLEDB point create product, I just going to do that. So what will happen here when we execute our code? It will insert another record, but using OLEDB adapter. All right, let's run it. All right, yay, perfect. Successfully inserted record. If we run this query again, I'm just going to remove that. So yeah, so see that record, it inserted the new record. As you can see, this product ID is automatically being handled for us. Perfect, yeah. So the rest, they are the same, except for the way parameters are being handled within OLEDB. So let's see. Let's do a sample parameter. Let's create another version of this one. Param. All right. Param. All right. So let's insert maybe a different value here. Let's name it a product. Or maybe this is SQ. This is maybe AD or .NET, but let's try. So price. All right. So let's do this. So I will not do console.writeLine. I will just hard code the value, right? So I'm just going to create a new var product name param is equal to new OLEDB parameter. right? Will the parameter and the parameter name and the value. Let's just call it maybe guava. Guava using OLEDB. And then this is our parameter. Let's do the parameter name here. Do the parameter name here. Then let's add another parameter. And let's call it the price. Make sure it's the price parameter. Perfect. And this one is maybe 20. Maybe let's just need 5.32 cents. All right. And then this is the price. Let's just make it price param. And then let's add those parameters to our command. Point parameters point add a param. Sorry guys. Perfect. Let's just add that and let's just run this guy. So what we inserted, okay, let's see. All right, then let's run it. Oh, must declare scalar name. Oh no, yep. I need to declare that variable into this. Okay. Let's see. Declare product. Name. Declare price. Perfect. Oh, okay. Looks like I'm incorrect syntax. Okay. Looks like I will need to do this in a stored procedure. Okay, let's do another parameter. Let's do another. Yeah, let's settle for this one for now. Let's do an example with stored procedure for now. I will have to let's revisit it after this because the reason why it's failing is because we are using an inline query right now, but this parameter it was not declared on this SQL statement. So technically, if we execute this one into this new query, it will fail because it's looking for this variable, right? So, but if we do this within a stored procedure, we will be able to declare those parameters. I will demonstrate that when I go to stored procedure. But for now, let's just going to try the same thing with this one. Okay. Let's run this. All right, perfect. So let's demonstrate stored procedure on our next webinar, guys. So it's getting late. So as you can see, it's successfully able to insert records into my database using OLEDB. So if you select this, Guava OLEDB, it got inserted, right? So next time we will demonstrate a stored procedure instead of doing inline query. So basically, you may be wondering why we need a stored procedure. Just to give you a background, in real world production application, putting your SQL statement inside your code especially if your SQL statement becomes complex, is not a good practice. Why? Because if you need to change the SQL statement, you have to change your code, and if you need to change your code, you have to build it, package it, and deploy it again to production. Whereas if this SQL statement is pre-stored in our database using either stored procedure or a function, you will be able to uh, change that query without changing your code. Of course, there are some limitations into that. If you need to change parameter, you have to change the parameter of your application as well. But if you just want to change the body of the SQL, just like what we're trying to do a while ago, where we encountered this error where we have product name. Let's say I have an error like that, where it cannot find this product name, it cannot declare it. I have to go to this code and modify this SQL, right? Just what I did a while ago. In real world production environment, we want to avoid those kind of things. So we, as much as possible, we want to use stored procedure to do that. So we will. That's another topic. We will continue our discussion into that. For now, just trust me. Just believe what I say, and then if able to insert, and we will be able to continue our discussion and show an example of a stored procedure. Okay, so yeah, that's how you insert a record. Again, the concept is the same as I did a while ago here. You just change this. If you want to get records, you do the same. If you want to update records, you will do the same. So the next thing, okay. For now, I will cut our webinar short for now. And what we're going to do, let's review. Let's back up a little bit and let's review what we have done so far. All right. So far, we have discussed the database engine and how where you can download them. Unfortunately, we did not reach ASP.NET Core. Okay, let me do this. I think it's on the top, right? Let me do that. Okay. Let me find that slide, that particular slide. Right. So we finished this introduction. Setting up the database, we finished this. Adapters. All right. So this is where we are kind of there. This is the kind in progress. ODBC in progress. OLEDB pretty much done. We'll show example of stored procedure next time. ADO.NET not yet done. We will tackle that on next webinar. And then the meat of the of this of this webinar are ORMs. I really would like to demonstrate these ORMs because they are widely used right now in the industry. So they are very different from ADO.NET. Although this underlying framework, they use pretty much ADO.NET, but there's a lot of convenience within these ORMs. Of course, there is no perfect tool or perfect APIs to use. There's still pros and cons between ADO.NET and these ORMs. So we will weigh those pros and cons after we discuss all of them, after we go all of them. So next webinar, we don't know yet. We'll schedule. Sir Erwin will schedule for us. We don't know. ADO.NET. We will continue our discussion with a little bit of OLEDB and then ADO.NET, and then we'll jump right away to ORMs. And then if hopefully we have time, we will discuss ASP.NET Core, and then we will discuss Visual Studio Code and LinkPad. And then you may be wondering, we already have Visual Studio, sir. Why are we still needing Visual Studio Code? As I've said a while ago, Visual Studio is mostly for Windows. I think it has a version for Mac, but it doesn't have a version for Linux. Visual Studio Code is a lightweight coding editor that can where you can code .NET, where you could do .NET. It's open source. You could do .NET codes in there. You could do Angular codes. You could do all web codes, ASP.NET Core codes in there. Pretty much you can do, but in a different way, in a command line way. So since if you want to develop an application in Linux and you don't want to use Windows, you could use Visual Studio Code. You could use Visual Studio Code. We will go into those stuff in detail, and then I will park for now. And I think, Sir Erwin, we could go to our Q&A portion. Sir Erwin, back to you.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Clear, sir.
If you are on mute, Sir Erwin, I cannot hear you.
Ayan. So, wait. Ayan, sir.
Yeah, I can hear you now, sir. Loud and clear. I'm going. Yep, perfect.
And so I need to turn on the can you listen, sir, doon sa YouTube audio natin instead of the Google Meet para hindi siya mag-feedback?
Yeah, I can do that, sir. I will listen out.
Yes, sir. I'm just going to mute my audio in our Google Meet so that it will not create feedback. Thank you, sir. So, can you hear me, sir Andy?
Yeah, Sir Erwin, and to all the students out there, I apologize. I thought this would be a fast course. I didn't realize it will take that much time just discussing ODBC, OLEDB, those adapters. It seems like we need to continue, so I realized we didn't manage the time very well. I apologize for that, but definitely it's not the end of the world. We will continue our webinar. We may have part two or even part three of this if we're not able to finish all of those topics. But I promise you, we will finish all the topics that I presented to in the slides that I showed you guys.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Sir Erwin.
Sir,
Floor
can
is
you
now up
hear
to you,
me?
and we can start the Q&A.
Can you hear me loud and clear, sir? And right now, we are in our Q&A. So kindly place all your uh, questions in our chat box so that we could
Yep, I can hear you, sir. Sir Erwin, I can hear
answer
you.
your questions. Here, Sir Andy, we have a question earlier from. Wait, I'm going to look at our. Uh, here, from Christopher J.R. Junior Maranan. Ito po yung tanong, sir. Sir, pwede po bang user input si product ID? And if pwede po, pwede po makita yung user input din po yung dideduct. So, this is based from your presentation siguro na yung product ID daw po, sir.
Yeah, Sir Erwin, I can answer that. The first question is like, can we make the product ID user input?
Yes,
Short
sir.
answer, no. but it depends on how we define the product table. So in our case here, in our demonstration over here, if you go to the database design, because we designed this product ID column, I'm assuming he's talking about inserting a record, right?
Uh,
Not
Sir, are you
okay.
showing your screen,
There are
sir,
two
right now?
answers to that question. If we are inserting a record and you want this product ID as a parameter to be entered by the user, and then we'll insert whatever that value is entered by the user for that product ID. No, we cannot do this. We cannot do that in our current design because this table was designed to have this product ID as identity key. So see that I enabled identity key here because I want this to be auto-generated number so that it's unique across the system. Whenever I add a number, uh, I will be able to the SQL will manage the value for me. But if we design our table so that it doesn't use this identity key, you will be able to do that. You will be able to uh, insert directly to that table, or we need to do some advanced SQL and disable this identity and insert the value from the user. Ideally, if we design this table to be identity key, we don't want to disable that identity key. The purpose of that design is SQL should be able to handle that for us, right? So now, if really there is a need for some reason in production, there is a need for you to insert that value, you could go to our previous example. I think we have a previous example in ODBC wherein uh, we accepted parameters, right? So here, so if you just want to accept a parameter for this for the product ID, you could use the here. You could do the same something like you could do something like this here. Product ID. Okay, let's do this product ID. Product ID read line. I'm just going to convert this. Convert point to integer. Okay, enter product ID. And then you add this as a parameter here. You add this as a parameter over here. Command parameters point add. Okay, product ID. Okay, I forgot to add it here. And then you just do product ID over here. Same pattern. Same coding pattern. Just going to indent that. Just going to name it product ID. Coding pattern, the product ID over here. I'm just going to add it over there. And then this product ID, I'm going to add it over here. So yeah, so basically, if your database schema allows that, there's nothing stopping you in your program to insert the product ID into your database. And then I'm missing something there. All right, perfect. So the name connection does not exist. Oh, I think I deleted this. All right. And then what's wrong? Not that. Right. Yeah, that's how you do it. Same principle. Product ID. If you are asking about query, see, this is great, right? If he's asking about get all products with condition, yeah, you could do that as well. You could do that over here where product ID. You just change this to product ID, product ID is equal to, let's say you want product ID and then this is the parameter, right? So here, what you're going to do, you just change this to product ID, and then my product ID in my table is of type integer, right? So if you go to our, go back to our table, product ID is of type integer. So of course you have to do this as 2 in 32. Then of course you name it accordingly. You name the product ID. All right, and then everything is happy. Yeah, it's entered by the user, and then you use it in your query, and that is the product ID. Yeah, I hope that answers the question. If you have follow-up question, just let Sir Erwin know.
So I hope
I
that
think we could proceed to the next question,
it
sir. Sir Erwin.
answers the questions. Yun. So, also, sir, may question pa rin tayo dito. Um, isn't it better to use MySQL on Visual Studio since there's a GUI in it? From Daniel Dave Barbuco po, sir. Ayun po, sir, ang kanyang question. Let us wait.
Yeah, good question. Uh, the the answer to that is it depends. So when you say since there is a GUI, you mean it's because in terms of programming, you are more comfortable with using a GUI, right? So it depends. It's case to case basis. From my experience, since they are both Microsoft technology stack, they play well together. Microsoft SQL and .NET they work best together because, of course, obviously they are from the same company, right? So they built them to work seamlessly together. In terms of developer friendly software that you are asking on the standpoint of developer friendly software. Uh, it depends on the preference. If you prefer MySQL to develop, yeah, you could do that. You could just use the MySQL adapter in NuGet package. I'm sure there's another MySQL adapter system that data that MySQL adapter somewhere. I'm pretty sure it's over here. Just search for it. You could use that. But personally, I don't believe MySQL has better tooling than Microsoft SQL. So there's a lot more than this SSMS Management Studio. There's a lot more tools that you could use within Visual Studio. Yeah, I don't know which tool you are referring to, but if you prefer using that, feel free. But in my experience, these two products are on the same company, so it's just obvious that they will work better seamlessly, at least in terms of tooling. And SQL Server is with most companies that are out there. Many are using SQL Server, except the company is on budget. Since MySQL is free, they will most likely go to MySQL, right? Uh, it's still debatable which database is better. So I may be biased here because I've used Microsoft SQL a lot, but it's just a preference, right? If you are more comfortable using MySQL, then feel free. What's important here is like you are able to write your .NET application that it's in a way it can consume the data in your database. That's my stand to that, sir. Erwin.
Ay, thank you so much for that answer, sir. We hope that it answers the questions. Uh, That questions came from Daniel Dave Barbuco. Now we have another question, sir, from Jet Christian Pass. Sir, there is alternative way for database if I can't download Microsoft SQL Server Studio. So again, sir, there is alternative way for database. Kung may alternative way daw po sa database if he cannot download yung Microsoft SQL. Kung may alternative dito po sa business, he cannot download yung Microsoft.
Yeah, definitely. If you cannot download Microsoft SQL, you could use MS Access. I'm sharing it right now. I have it on my system. Yeah, you could definitely use Microsoft Access. So in fact, when I can I can I can still I can still remember when I was in college. The first program that I wrote was the underlying database that I used was using Microsoft Access. So if you go here on ODBC, control panel, you go to administrative tools, you will be able. There should be a driver here in ODBC for text files or Microsoft Access. See that? There's a driver for Microsoft Access or even text file. If you want to use text files, you will be able to use a database. So I highly recommend if you can download that SQL. It's highly advantageous to you because in the industry, I I don't remember any company that's using Microsoft Access as their main database system. For learning purposes, maybe you could use Microsoft Access or even text file. But if you could download it, I highly recommend download it because it will enhance your SQL skills or during interview when you apply for a job, at least you will have basic understanding of SQL.
Oh,
That's it, sir. Ruben.
okay, so thank you so much again, sir, for that clear answer. We hope that all those who ask questions nasasagot po, no? Na malinaw sa inyo ng ating speaker kasi po talagang yun po yung way, no? Next question, sir, from Jason Delehencia. Can we use MS Access po as database and i-connect sa Visual Studio?
Yeah, and if I do not answer the question, Sir Erwin, they are free to make a follow-up question. Yep. Sorry. I think there's a lag or delay within our live feedback versus the way I received the question. Yes, definitely. As I've said, you can connect a MS Access database to Visual Studio. All you have to do is find the right driver. So as I've shown you over here, you should be able to use MS Access database over here. So if you go to your connection string in your OLEDB, if you go to change this to MS Access, this is not the actual name. Maybe just research it online. Just change it to MS Access, and you have to change this as well. This only applies to SQL Server. I think for the connection string of MS Access, it's something like file and then path. Let's say C sdb.mdb, something like this. So the connection string is something like this. Once you have Visual Studio, you could freely try this if there's an error, and the rest would be the same. As long as you have the right table in this database, you have the product table, you have the right columns, you have the right values and data types in your Access database, you would be able to select or use all of these select statement. The only difference that I can think of is the connections.
Malakas niya.
Yep, that's the answer to that.
Yes, sir. Medyo may feedback lang ulit.
I'm ready for the next question, Sir Erwin, if there are more.
Okay, so next question natin would be, sir, coming from Julius Chua. So, hi, Sir Alejandro. I would like to ask about the Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. How can we identify the server name that we will be using to connect in Microsoft SQL once installed? Ayun po ang tanong coming from Julius Chua.
Yep, that's a good question. Uh, Unfortunately, I'm not able to show you how to install Microsoft SQL on my system, but during the installation of SQL Server into your computer, you will be asked to enter the server name. And then during installation, you will be asked by the installation wizard, please enter the server name, enter the administrator account, enter the authentication mode during installation. You will enter that, and then from there you will be able to know what is the name of your SQL server, or what if you forgot it. Let's say, for example, you forgot, and then here, if you do the drop down here and click browse, it will list all the available databases within your computer, and even if you have a permission within the network, it will also use the ones in the network. See it? So if you just click on the drop down over here, click on browse, and then you will be able to see the different database engines available for you. So two ways: during installation and in SSMS, you can browse them. Drop the drop down over here, click on browse. So two ways, during installation and
Thank you, sir, for that clear answer. Sir, may mga question pa po tayo dito, sir. Coming from
That's my
David,
daughter.
David John Ubay. Sir, pwede ba sa JGrasp gawin yan?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I haven't heard about JGrass yet. Is that if that's an editor? Technically, you could run .NET Core in command prompt. You could even use you can even use Notepad if you if you are proficient with C Sharp already. You could write your program over here in Notepad, and then you could save it in a folder, and then you could do something like, let me show you in Visual Studio Code. I'm going to show you something in Visual Studio Code. I prepared a test application. So this is using Notepad. You will be able to compile your .NET applications. If the JGrass that you are mentioning is an IDE, yes, you should be able to do it. You should be able to develop .NET application into it. So, like for example, in my case, even if I just put this program over here, I just I'll just reveal it in Explorer, right? I'm just going to reveal it in Explorer, okay? So if I go to this, it's over here, right? Even without an editor, as long as you type the code, let's say for example, I edited it using Notepad, right? I entered this code, and then I will go to command prompt. Okay, let's make it a little bit larger. Let's go to font 28. All right, perfect. So I'll go to the directory, right? Okay, cd webinar. So even though I did not use Visual Studio, I just used Notepad to add this project or to do this. I could still compile, I could still run my code. Let's say, for example, I know my code resides here. .NET, if I do a directory over here, this my code resides here, right? Let's say, for example, I entered this code in JGrass, if that's what you're asking, if that's an editor. So you should be able to run your code, .NET, should be able to run your code over there. You should be able, see that? I didn't even have an editor and I'm able to run .NET Core. Or if you are writing a brand new application using .NET Core, there are various commands. .NET new console minus minus language C sharp minus minus name. Let's say this is my test app 2. If you press enter, okay, I'm going to do it in another folder because I have my application here. Just do cd that. I'm just going to make another directory. Oops, so mk dir answer to the question. Just name it answer, and I'll go to this answer folder. Okay, I'm now on this answer folder. Right now, this folder is empty. So technically, I could create my project here. So if I do .NET new console minus
Okay, so right now medyo na disconnect yata po yung ating speaker. So we're just going to wait for our speaker to go back. Ayan po. So just place your questions and still available pa po ang ating speaker. Ayan po. So ayan. Sir, ayan, okay po. Na-disconnect lang, Sir Andy. Okay. So wag po kayong mahiya, class and mga teachers, mga moms and sirs na naka-standby and mga professionals po na practitioners. I-place po nyo lang ang tanong nyo at still
Sir,
very
can
much.
you hear me?
Yes po sir. Yes sir Andy. And very much available pa po si sir to entertain our questions. Sige lang po, i-place nyo lang po dyan.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I'm being heard right now.
Clear out.
Sir Erwin? Yeah. Maybe they cannot hear me, right? I'm not sure if I'm being heard right now.
Clear out.
Ayan po, nakabalik na po ulit ang ating speaker. So, we will entertain again another question. Ayan po.
Maybe they cannot hear me. I'm not sure if I'm being heard right now.
Clear out.
Ayan po, nakabalik na po ulit ang ating speaker. So, we will entertain again another question.
Yep, Sir Erwin, I can answer another question. If you got what I had explained a while ago, then I think we should be able to proceed with another question. Yeah, technically yes, you could use any editor you prefer.
Sir Andy, nakamute ka yata. Any more questions po coming from our audience? I think may tanong pa daw. Sana yung mga tanong po natin. So nasagot na yung JGrasp, ano? Pwede daw. Just you're going to call that in your DOS command. So kailangan marunong pa rin kayo dun sa mga DOS commands natin in calling our
Yeah, nakamute ako, sir.
Opo. Ayan, sir, nakamute ka kanina. So if you want to
Go ahead.
verify. Paki-repeat na lang, sir, ulit yung mga nabanggit mo while you are in mute.
Sure, sir. I will repeat. Yeah. So just I mentioned a while ago. Yeah, technically you can create your .NET application from command prompt or any editor that you want. Like right now on this folder called answer, it doesn't have anything, right? So if I'm going to create a .NET Core application from the command prompt, I'm going to issue a command like this. .NET new console C sharp and then test app, and then I press enter, right? And then after it created the project, if you go back and show, and you can see now it created the test project C sharp program. If your JGrass application can open this program, you will be able to edit the program and compile it. So technically, there is no limit with any IDE that you can use. But so far, right now, Visual Studio is the most intuitive, has a lot of features that you can that will help you in programming. Imagine if you have a large program and you are using a notepad editing its CS files one by one. That would be a nightmare, right? So it's just yes, technically it's possible, but is it practical? In my opinion, no. Or it depends on the IDE that you are using. Maybe you could even use Eclipse.
Okay, so again, we hope na kuha po nung nagtanong that answer coming from our speaker. So I think there's no more question. So isang question na lang po kung may papasok pang question. I think we're okay. We're done here about dun sa mga
Next question.
Q&A natin. Okay. So wait. Here, let us now proceed with our next part, which is the awarding of certificate para pasalamatan ang ating speaker. Okay. So here, ayan po. So let us award. We are very much thankful and grateful to you sa aming speaker, subject matter expert. So, eager learning, creativity beyond borders. This certificate of appreciation is proudly presented to Engineer Alejandro P. Isip for sharing his invaluable time and expertise as a speaker in the recently conducted 3 hours webinar entitled Database Interaction Within a .NET Application, held on October 25, 2020 via YouTube Live. Signed by Engineer Erwin Higuera, founder of Eager Learning. So thank you so much po Sir Andy, kumpare, at aking matalik na kaibigan for giving us your time and knowledge, resources ng free para po sa lahat, lalong-lalo na sa mga estudyante natin, ano? Napakalaking tulong, lalo kahit nga kami po mga professors ay talagang natulungan ng inyong webinar kasi malaking tulong po 'yan. Okay? So, thank you so much Sir Andy. At doon po sa mga
Yeah.
Sir Andy, would you like to say something about doon po sa ating Sir Andy? If you would like to add something or to say something?
Yeah, no problem at all, Sir Erwin. No problem. No problem, pare.
Ayan po. Mabalik ko lang po sa way back si Sir Andy PEC po ay dati ding naging professor.
Yeah. I just want to say, sure. I just want to say, Sir Erwin, to all the students listening right now in this podcast. So I was once in your shoes, so I'm on the same boat as you are. I was like feeling when I was about to graduate, when Sir Erwin and me is about to graduate. So the feeling is like, oh, what do we know? What do we know? What do we know about the technology right now? And we were at loss, right? But do not be discouraged at that. Just keep on researching, keep on learning, keep on exploring. Don't give up, and eventually, at the end of the day, you will be able to achieve the technical expertise that you want to achieve in your career. So pray to God, ask for guidance and help, and for sure He will help you. Thank you, Sir Erwin, and the rest of our audience.
Okay, so yun po, no? Si Sir Andy po ay very blessed kasi yung talent and skills, lahat po ng skill set na meron siya, knowledge, ay galing po kay God, no? And tayo naman lahat galing kay God. So, to God be the glory, ika nga ni Sir Andy, no? Kasi hingi lang kayo ng tulong, hindi natin alam yung ating while you are still a student, hindi pa natin alam yung track natin, but keep learning ka nga. Yun po yung tagline din ng Eager Learning, keep learning, sabi po ng ating speaker na si Engineer Alejandro PEC, keep learning. Then later on, lahat mangyayari, mga gusto nyo mangyari, just keep on track, no? Yun yung pagiging competitive na natin pag marami ka nang alam, no? Way back po ulit, banggitin ko lang sa inyo, dati pong kasamahan kong professor si Engineer Alejandro PEC, kaklase ko po yan, at isa po talaga sa pinakamagagaling na professor, kaklase ko muna si Sir Andy, then nung naging professor, isa din po sa pinakamagaling na professor na nakatrabaho ko, at we look up to him, at kaya po siya nakapunta ng Canada dahil sa kanyang galing at yung skills. Yan po yung inilalaban pag mag-abroad ka, no? Hindi talaga pwedeng lang yung mga konti-konti lang. Kailangan i-equip mo na habang estudyante ka. So dito po sa Eager Learning, we continue to serve, we continue to give learnings, at yun lang po, yung free time nyo, kung may free time kayo, very generous po yung mga na-invite nating mga speakers to give you free webinar. Kaya thank you so much Sir Andy, for sure napakamahal sana ng fee namin sa'yo because you're from other country, so mahal po ang rate sana ni Sir Andy, but we afford that having your free webinar. And thank you so much again Sir Andy. And punta muna po tayo. Wait lang Sir Andy, if you could stay a while for us. Then just tell us if you need to leave.
No problem. No problem, Sir Erwin.
Would you like to promote something, sir? Ayan, so Sir Andy, just butt in if you would like to say something or to promote something. No?
Yeah, I can stay. I can stay, Sir Erwin. Yep. Nope, I think I'm good, sir. Uh, I'm good.
Okay, so thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you. We will proceed with our next slide. Ayan. So here, now is
Sorry,
about,
I'm not sure if I'm on mute, Sir Erwin. I'm good.
okay, sir. So now it's about your certificate. So here is your certificate. But before that, I would like to promote something to you guys. Uh, we are still inviting speakers, no? Yan talaga pong mahuhusay, magagaling na speaker na makakatulong sa atin. Even ako po ay talagang natututo at natututo sa bawat speaker po na na-invite natin. At kasama niyo po akong nag-aaral pa rin, no? Kahit professor na tayo. Yan, keep learning. Kaya nga. Okay, so sa pag-invite ko po ng ano natin is that since free naman po yung ano natin, mga webinars, ang konting sukli lang po natin sa mga na-invite nating speakers ay konting support. So, yun po. Ayan, let me check my audio. Ayan. So, I would like to ask your simple subscription. Ito po yung mga ini-invite nating speaker sa parating. Ito pong mga ano nila, channel nila, sana po ma-subscribe natin. Ito po ilalagay ko po sa ating chat box. Ito pong ini-invite natin, mga kaibigan din natin. Ito naman ay OFW from Taiwan. So, paki-support lang po ang kanyang channel. Then, we're going to invite him later kapag may free time siya sa ating webinar, no? So, yan po. Please show support po dito sa YouTube ni Namron16 o Norman po. Yan po, mga kakilala din natin yan at kaibigan. So, mga kaibigan na ka-webinar po, my students and dear professors, simple subscription would help them para yung kanilang promotion sa channel nila at ma-invite naman natin pabalik. So, ayan po. Sasabihin ko, marami naman sumusuporta dito sa na subscribers natin sa Eager Learning. At isa pa po, ayan po, napaki-subscribe po yung channel na if hindi medyo mabigat sa inyo na mag-support. Ayan po, paki-support na lang po. And also, ito po yung gusto ko lang imbitahin, yung nakaraan po nating speaker. Ito po si Mr. Rock Alquiros. Alam ko po, magaling po siya sa AutoCAD. Guys, my dear students and mga co-professors ko and mga professors sa ibang yun lang po ulit, pabalikin natin yung mga speakers po natin na sa palagay natin, interesado kayo sa topic, So, simple subscription lang po sa kanilang channel. Ayun lang po yung sukli na pwede nating ma-prove that we are supporting them. At for sure, magbabalik naman sila sa atin ng kanilang free time, free webinar. Yan po. Ayan po yung mga ano nila, no? Paki-click na lang po then subscribe. So, I think hindi naman big deal sa inyo na i-subscribe sila. And for sure, may invite natin sila. Ayan po, konting support lang po sa ating mga speakers. Ayan po, ito po ang dating speaker natin, si Rock Alquiros. Ayan po yung YouTube channel ng mga anak niya. So ayan, kindly click and subscribe po. Now, punta na po tayo dito sa ito po yung certificate ninyo, As you can see, yan po, naka-ano na rin po yan, yung mga nare-receive nyo, may QR code. At pag in-scan niyo yan, pupunta na doon sa channel or sa FB page ko to prove that it comes from me. At also ito pong digitally signed certificate. Meaning po, ako po ang nag-i-issue niyan, kaya po naka-PDF. Once hinover niyo yung inyong mouse sa PDF file na nakabukas, ay makikita niyo po na nag-activate yan, no? Let me show para just as that one is an authentication, authentication, parang na-authenticate po natin ang ating certificate kung kanino gagaling, no? Ayan, so ito po, pakita ko lang saglit, no? Ayan, so ito na yata yun yung PDF. So yan. So yan po, pag nakiklik nyo ganyan, na-enable po siya. Na-enable po siya. Okay? Ayan. So, let me show you again sa aking OBS. Ayan, so ayan. Here, ito po again. Pag-click nyo, malalaman nyo kung sinong issuer ng certificate na yan. Kaya po may pangalan na naman dyan na digitally signed by Erwin Higuera. Ayan po, kung kailan nyo sinubmit yung inyong certificate, ay doon din lang po may stamp, yung sa time stamp po natin, malalagay dyan kung 1025, 1026, based po doon sa submission ng output ninyo, no? Kung kailan po, doon po may stamp. At officially signed po ng ating subject matter expert na si Engineer Alejandro P. Isip, and yours truly, the founder of Eager Learning. Ayan po. So balikan na po ulit natin ang paano naman sir ang output? Medyo kinakabahan kami, paano ba ang inyong output? Okay, so don't worry. Ang sa output po natin will be ito po, ipapakita ko. So wait. Ayan. Ayan po, medyo madali. Kindly screenshot po nga po ito, mga ka-webinar, my dear students from different schools at saka mga professors at mga professionals, practitioners. Yan lang po yung output natin. Let me read po. Ito po yung webinar.net output submission. All you have to do is to find in the webinar video the source code having the database connection and take a screenshot, paste it in Microsoft Word, and make a short explanation about the code. So hindi na po kayo magpo-program kasi nga po baka naka-cellphone lang, tapos baka hindi nyo pa ma-download yung mga software na kakailanganin. All you have to do after this webinar is to go back, i-replay nyo po yung video natin, at hanapin nyo lang po yung source code na kung saan sa tingin nyo ay nandun po yung source code, database connectivity. Screenshot nyo lang po at i-paste nyo po sa Microsoft Word and make your short explanation. Yan po. So, ang kagandahan po dito sa ating webinar, since ito po ay mapopost na sa YouTube, pwede po nyong balik-balikan kung hindi man natin nasundan. Opo, di ba po? Kahit ako talaga, hindi ko na nasundan kasi practitioner po ang ating mahusay po, no? Tayo po, ang level natin siguro, mga beginners pa lang. Tapos kung may advanced man, sila po blessed din, no? Ang dali nilang masusundan. Pero kahit ako, talagang nangangapa pa rin sa way ng ano, ng pag-follow. So babalik-balikan ko po 'yun, no? Ayun po yung kagandahan sa webinar. You are free to go back and have a replay of our video. Yan po para matutunan nyo. Guide nyo po yan kapag nagtitesis na kayo at nag-ano na, balikan nyo lang po. Paano ba ginawa nga yung pagkukonect, no? Yan lang, nandyan lang po. Balik-balikan nyo lang. At step by step naman tinuro ng ating napakahusay na subject matter expert. Di ba po? So, medyo mahaba nga po yung kanyang kaya siguro may part 2. Kung willing pa po kayo matuto, mas advanced po, no? Mas advanced ang gusto niyang ituro. Okay po, dahil lang sa time, hindi na po na i-permit ng ating time. So maybe if you will be available next schedule. Tingnan natin kung available pa rin si Sir Andy at itutugma natin ang schedule ninyo sa kanya, no? At ipopost na lang natin ang mga parating na webinars natin. Just follow my page and my YouTube for updates. Ito po, number 2, again, alam nyo na naman to, fill out the webinar output form and attach your doc. Yan po, .doc.docx file in the link below. Napakadali po ng webinar. So, we would like to distribute our certificate to you all. Lahat po na nagtiyaga na matuto, umattend, ay talaga pong makukuha nyo yung inyong certificate. Just screenshot the right code at inyong paste lang sa Microsoft Word and make your simple or short explanation. At yan po, paki-screenshot nga po ito para guided kayo sa ating guide. Then ipe-paste ko rin po itong link later sa chat box natin. Then after this, magsha-shoutout po tayo ng mga schools. Pakilagay po yung inyong mga pangalan at mga schools para ma-appreciate natin ang ating mga attendees coming from different schools and places, no? Alam ko may mga taga-ibang bansa pa rin tayo aside from our speaker. Number 3, wait for 2 weeks for the certificate distribution through your email. So normally hindi na po umaabot ng 2 weeks, But that's my allowance to make your certificate, no? Maibibigay po natin 'yan. Ayan po. So paki-screenshot po to mga ka-webinar, no? Para guided po kayo. Then we would like to request, may nagre-request din po Sir Andy about dun sa PowerPoint presentation. If you could send us your PowerPoint presentation and I will distribute that to my page, sa FB page. At guys, doon na lang po nyo kunin yung PowerPoint pag na-send po sa akin ni Sir Andy. Sir Andy, ayun po, magpapaalam po kami sa inyo na mahingi yung PowerPoint para guided po kami doon sa natakal nyo ngayon at doon po sa susunod na webinar. Okay, so wait natin yung feedback ng ating speaker.
Yeah, no problem, sir. Yeah, I will send it to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your generosity.
Yep, I will send the PowerPoint to you.
Yes, sir. Your time, your resources, and your expertise, sir. Thank you so much, Sir Andy. Thank you so much. If you want to give us your message, Sir Andy, your message before tayo mag-shout out sa ating mga attendees. So, yung final message po, Sir Andy, before we end.
No, sir. I think I'm good. As I mentioned a while ago, just continue learning.
Ayun. Okay, so yun lang po ang pinaka-final ano natin, no? Keep learning, continue learning. Ayan, ayun po. So thank you so much, Sir Andy. And ito po, ang portion na to, if you are in a hurry and it's still ano na sa inyo, no? Gabing-gabi na, masyado na baka it's too late for you. Pwede na po, sir. Thank you so much. Magsha-shoutout na po kami ng mga attendees natin. Apo. So God bless you, sir. God bless you, Sir Andy. Ayan, so
All right. Thank you, Sir Erwin. I'll talk to you later or talk to you the next few days. And have a blessed day, everyone.
okay, God bless again, Sir Andy, your family. God bless to your family, your kids. Keep safe. Ayan. Thank you so much sa pag-accommodate sa amin. Ma'am Isip, thank you so much. Kids, thank you so much. Magagaling din po yung mga anak ni Sir Andy, ano, nagpo-program na din po yan. Tinuturuan na ni Sir Andy ng programming. Ayan po. So, ito po, magsha-shoutout na tayo, ano, ito po, pakilagay yung inyong mga schools and anong tawag dito, mga names and sections nyo, no? So, punta tayo kay, ito, siguro, si Jerry Satur Lopez, Danny Katongo, shout out sa lahat sa inyo. To babanggitin ko na lang, babasahin ko lahat, ano. Angela Palermo, Jobert Humirang, Miara Ochoa, Manuel Halandoni, Maatubang, John Miguel Maatubang, Gayron Cristobal, Marlon Paul Flores. Ayan, so punta tayo dun sa pinakababa. Ayan, dun sa ano, no. Ayan, sabi po ni Sir, coming from Jason Diligencia, congrats po, Sir Alejandro. Ayan, congrats daw po. And thank you po. Miguel Halandoni, 3B Updeb, shout out. Kay Carlitos Angeles, shout out din. Kay Sir Aris Musni, ito po, taga San Beda, mga ating attendees, si Sir Aris Musni po, at saka yung kanyang mga students na taga San Beda. Shout out po sa mga taga San Beda, and more power sa inyo, mga students ng San Beda and mga faculty ng San Beda, headed by, ito po ang ating professor, pinakamagaling din na professor ng San Beda, si Sir Aris Musni. Si Manuel Junior Cosca, shout out. Si Genesis Suriaga. Okay, then Ariel Santos, Manuel Cosca, yun po, clap po, sabi nila. Zyla Tolog, Lawrence Hope Gubalani, Jobert Humirang, Grace Relator, good job, sabi niya. Gayron Cristobal, Papa Saromo, John Miguel Maatubang. Ayan, then si Sir O'Neil Dungo, sabi po ni Sir, professor po ng NPCST, congrats and thank you, Sir Andy Isip. Yan po, kayo pong lahat ulit, alam ko na hindi ka agad madaling i-absorb lahat. Balik-balikan nyo lang po itong video na to na handog ng ating speaker, libreng handog. Balik-balikan nyo lang po para mabalikan natin kung paano nga ba talaga ginagawa yung programming. Kayo po, alam ko mahusay na kayo sa programming, but still, you have the freedom to access freely our webinar. Si John Henry Caceres, Shout out Ariel Eustaquio, Crescel Joy Muhar, Myra Carmel Ochoa, Adrian Banaag, City Janine Mamayo, Arnel Adriano, Gayron Cristobal, si G. San, no? Shout out po sa inyong lahat, yung mga nabanggit ko. Jobert Humirang, Joel Campo Redondo, congratulations daw po. And Golo Loco, ayun po yung account niya. Yel Sasil, thank you daw po. Jericho James Loica, Julius Chua, Jason Diligencia, Jobert Humirang, ayun po. Parianes, Kenneth Parianes, Mida Damo, pakilagay po yung schools nyo kung nandito pa kayo para ma-shoutout natin ang mga schools. Now, we are very thankful for different schools who are patronizing this Eager Learning webinar. Ariel Santos, Danica Tongo, Marlon Paul Flores, Montenegro Jomar, Alvin Caldo, sa Denise Claire Doronilla, congrats po sir and thank you, sabi niya. Rudolph Vids, Jet Christian Paz, si Anris Supetran, Crescel Joy Muhar. Yan, so sabi ni Sir Alejandro, he can stay daw. Yan, baka nandito pa rin, still watching. Manuel Halandoni, John Miguel Maatubang, then Adrian Banaag. Ayan, paki-place po ang inyong mga names para ma-shoutout natin. Also your school, no? Okay, ano po, si Queenie Aranzo Jet Ablen. Ayan, Mariela Chan, si Ezekiel Boas Paragas, and Joffrey Lantada, David Jan Ubay. So wait lang po at babasahin lahat natin yung mga names nyo, no? Medyo nasa taas pa tayo. Mark Aldus Conde, Ryan Daniel V. Ocampo, thank you po, marami po akong natutunan. Yan. So Basil Berg Cabarubias, Jobert Humirang, Nefer, si Nefer Pito, yan. Si Von Herbert Faburada, Domarjun Magbanwa, yan, si Domarjun Magbanwa, Carl Russell Louis Jr., Grace Relator, Fidel Magbanwa, yan, Ariel Eustaquio Jr., Jason Diligencia. Ay wait, ano pala po, no? I-paste ko pala yung ating output, no? Para madali nyo ng before i-continue ko yung pag-shoutout ko, i-paste natin, no? Yung link. Though na screenshot nyo na, mas madali nga naman na i-paste ko na, no? Tapos i-access nyo na lang dyan. Ito po, yan. Ayan po, paki-access po yan. Ayan, yung link po ng output natin. Nasa baba lang po. I-click nyo and you will be directed to the form, Google form sa webinar output. And if you're ready to paste your output, Microsoft Word, paki-paste na lang po. Si Ella Flores, Ariel Santos, ayan, my wife, Joanne Miranda Guerra. So, ang aking loving wife, I love you, Joanne. Ayan. So, Jerry Jr. Satur Lopez, Alison Gabriel Elicio. Ayan. So, Marlon Paul Flores. Okay. So, Denise Claire Doronilla, Margie Navarro, Mona Rementillo, Danica Tongo, Jobert Humirang, Rico Magamayo, then Brian Manansala, Margie Navarro, then si Aaron Papa Saromo, ayan si Aaron, Maria Abigail Bautista, Jericho James Lohica, John Romel Narvaez, Margarita Miranda, Marlon Paul Flores, Arnel Adriano Bulacan, Ella Flores, Basil Berg Cabarubias, si Sian Reese Supetran, Ayan po. Si Carl Nathaniel Villaflor, si Mida Damot, Trisha May Concepcion, Jovel Camporedondo, ayan. Si Julius Chua, si Fidel Magbanwa, ayan. Sino pa? Manuel Halandoni, ayan, from mga University of Makati po yan. UMac, University of Makati. Si Cian Rees Supetran, si Margie Navarro from 2B Net Ad. Ayan. So, name na lang po, no? Kasi marami itong minimension natin, no? Yung name na lang po ang nababanggit ko. Ito kasi mga taga-UMac po tayo. Ayan, hindi ko na nababanggit. So, shout out sa lahat ng taga-UMac. So, nandito, saan na tayo? Si Francis Joel Rafer. Ayan. So, wait. Puntahan natin yung ano natin kanina. Ayan, si Trisha May Concepcion. Okay. Si Jobert Humirang. Jamel Andre Garcia. Si Yel Sasil, Precious Apple Abundo, Trixie May Benitez, yan, mga students ko po. Shout out sa inyo. And Jamel Andre Garcia. Okay. Ayan, medyo load lang, hindi pa natin makita yun. And then, Adrian Artuge, Rudolph Vids, and Trixie May Benitez. Yan. Masugid nating attendees. John Kenmore Maglente, pa-shoutout daw. So, to all professors, students, friends, and families, yan. Ayan, thank you so much for your support. Ayan, thank you so much. Naging successful po. And if you have questions, further questions, na pwede nyong i-channel sa akin at mai-relay natin sa ating generous speaker at sasagutin po kayo at siya po ang maraming kaalaman dyan kung napaka-technical po ng inyong katanungan about dyan sa programming and database connectivity. Just type your question and I will just relay yung question ninyo sa kanya sa susunod, no? Okay. Ayun. Sabi niya. Maraming salamat, sir. Maraming salamat din sa inyo kasi kung wala kayo at wala din akong audience kaya hindi din magiging successful ang yun lang po. Kaya ko talaga ini-invite kayo ay gusto ko kayong matuto and also gusto kong maipakita sa ating mga invited speakers na talagang maraming mga estudyante sa UMac at sa different universities na gustong matuto, lalong-lalo na itong mga free webinars po natin, no? Sa ibang webinar po ay may mga bayad, may mga ganon, 1 week na tutorial para matutunan ng ganito, pero dito direct po na ituturo ng ating mga invited speakers ang kaalaman, no? All you have to do is to devote your time for free learning. Kaya po linggo ako para lahat-lahat tayo ay may free time. At balik-balikan nyo na lang po ang video kung sa mga katanungan yung technical, paano ginawa yan, paano kinode ni sir, nandun lang po sa video. Okay, tingnan nyo. At yan po, sa mga nagtitisis na at nalilito pa sa connectivity, gusto nyo i-connect, at kung sakali nga pong may free time pa tayo ay gustong-gustong ituro ng ating subject matter expert ang advanced pa, no? Yun po, yung talagang mas advanced. So, unfortunately, yung time, no? Maliit pala yung 3 oras, no? Kasi nga talaga bago mo matutunan yan, you spend hours for learning yung programming and connectivity. Ayan. So, yun po. Thank you sa inyo lahat. Thank you. So, abangan nyo po. Napakadali po ng ating output. I hope lahat po ng mga umattend, yun lang po, may guidelines naman tayo. You will be given your certificate sa lahat ng umattend ng talagang legit, no? Ayan. Ay nandyan po. Ipasa nyo lang yung output and i-validate natin. And I'm going to send you your certificate. Ayan. The certificate that you deserve. No? Ayan. So, tanghalian na po. Pa-shoutout, sir. Si Jonas Arandia, pa-shoutout daw. Sino pang magpapa-shoutout dyan? Shoutout. Si Mark Temporal, thank you po, sir. Zyla Tolog, yan. Yun lang po. No? Justin Edem from 2B NetAd, UMAC. Okay. Ayan. Utay-utay pong pumasok. So, yan lang po. Shoutout tayo if you would like to still hear your names and your section, your school. Shoutout na lang po natin. Si Justin Edem from 2A NetAd. Talaga ng suke, no? Ng pagpapa-shoutout. Si Angel May Senas. Ayun. Si Jen Robbie Pangan. Ito, 3B UpDev from University of Makati yan. Magagaling pong estudyante ko mga yan. Coming from 3B UpDev. Ang gagaling po ng mga estudyante ko yan. 3B UpDev. I hope sa 3B UpDev, kayo po ay malapit ng higher programming. Magtitesis na po kayo. Magamit nyo itong kaalaman na naituro, makatulong, at balik-balikan nyo lang, no, sa mga taga 3B UpDev ko. Libreng-libre po yan. Balik-balikan. At abangan nyo po ang higher programming na ipinapromise sa atin ni engineer, ni Sir Andy Isip. Okay, ayun po. Ayan, si Mary Elizabeth Faro. Thank you, sir. Yan, estudyante ko din po yan, no? Sa 1B UpDev, si Mary Elizabeth Faro. Yel Sasil, 3A NetAd. Shout out sa mga taga 3A NetAd. Thank you sa inyo, mga taga 3A NetAd. Yan, nag-devote kayo ng time para matuto, no? Ayan, si Denise Claire Doronilla, shout out po. Denise from UMAC. Ayan po, si Denise talaga pong nagdi-devote ng time para sa kaalaman. No? Si Dan Santiago, Alison Gabriel Elicio. Okay, si John Emmanuel Luspo. Sir, wash out. Wash out. Ayan. Benedict Barsibal, 3B UpDev. Ayan. Ayan. Basta no? Keep learning, sabi nga ng ating speaker. Hindi naman din siya ganun kahusay dati. Utay-utay na natututo dahil siya mismo ang humahanap sa kaalaman. Hindi po lalapit sa atin ang karunungan kung hindi tayo marunong maglaan ng oras, no? Ganun po. Pagsusumikapan natin at magdi-devote tayo ng time para magdagdag ng kaalaman. Okay, batiin ko po ang aking anak na si Mary Shine Cayenne Guerra. Pa-shoutout po. Hey, yan. Sabi po ng aking anak ko po yan, si Mary Shine Cayenne Guerra. At also ang aking panganay na si Mary Shine Cayenne Guerra. Si Mary Shine po. Kimberly Guerra ang aking panganay, no? Diyan din po pumapasok sa University of Makati. Shout out sa inyong dalawa. Ayan, may pretty and lovely daughters. Yan po. Si Filibustero ng 2A's. Shout out, no? Si Cameron Galo, 1B UpDev from University of Makati. Ayan. Rudolph Vitz, sabi niya. Ayan, i-add daw si Mary Elizabeth. Ayan. Marwin Espinosa, yun, si Sir, sabi ni Marwin Espinosa, ano yun? No, usap tayo. Sabi ni Marwin. Jericho James Lohika, yan, ay ang pinaka-logical na estudyante po sa UMAC. Ayan po, si Jericho James Lohika. Ayan po, napaka-logical lahat ng kanyang mga kaalaman at sinasabi. Kaya po siya Lohika. Thank you po, sir, sabi niya. Johnny Manuel Luz po. Oo, yan. Yan. Sino pa? Shine Guerra, pa-shoutout po. 1210 STM. Ayan, shoutout dun sa section ng anak ko. Shine Guerra sa 1210 STEM. Ayan po, ng University of Makati, grade 12 po. Section 10 STEM. Ayan, yan po ang section ng aking daughter na panganay ko, no? Si Shine Kimberly Guerra. Sino pa? Si Montenegro Joe Mar. Hi, Lohi ka daw. Yan. Aba, nag-hi sila. Ayan. Okay. So, I think, yan, si Jerry Jr. Satur Lopez. Sir, love you. Okay, love you too. Love you all, no? Yan, mahal na mahal ko kayo, no? Kaya, kung pwede nga lang na, no, bigyan kayo ng mataas na grade dahil sa pag-search nyo, sa hahanap nyo ng bagong kaalaman, no? Ay talagang ibibigay natin ang perfect na grade sa inyo, no? Yan. Pero since ito ay ito mga advanced learning nyo to ay sa susunod nyo pa magagamit, ano? I-reward naman kayo ng inyong kaalaman dito kapag kayo'y pumunta na sa higher level ng inyong college, ay madali nyo na maintindihan ang mga tinuturo sa mga higher programming because of sa mga nanood nyo ng mga advanced webinar. Ayan. Okay. Si Danica Tongo. Ayan. Okay. Thank you, sir. Wow. Ayan. Okay. Si Rudolph Bids. Ayan. Okay, mga nagjojowahan na daw. Ayan. So, ayan po. Enjoy lang natin if you want to stay. Siguro stay pa tayo ng konting minuto until 1, no? And then before, para ma-acknowledge ang inyong mga pangalan kung hindi pa natatawag. Student mo po kami, sir, sa Adilex nung first year, si NetAd. Ay, syempre, kilala ko si Yel Sasil. Si Sasil po, yan. Estudyante ko ng NetAd. Graduating na yata sila, no? Oo. Ayan. So, good luck sa inyo. Sana makagraduate, then makahanap ng trabaho. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, kung graduating na kayo, hindi enough na makaka-graduate lang tayo. Dapat equip tayo ng kaalaman. Sandata po natin yan. Pagharap ng employer at ini-interview na tayo, for sure, marami tayong laman ang ating utak na sasabihin sa kanila to prove na tayo ay worth for the hiring sa kanilang kumpanya. Ganun po. Ayan. Ayan. Love you daw, sabi ni Jericho. Ayan. Sir, love you po. Ayan. Talaga naman. Love you all, ha? Mahal na mahal ko ang aking mga estudyante. Kaya lagi ko ang mga yan anong tawag dito, binibigyan ng mga payo, kung ano man ang kaya kong maipayo sa buhay, no? At yung totoong buhay, no? Yan. Ang kalat mo logic. Ay, nako. Makalat ka daw logic. Ayun yung logic niya. Ano ka ba? Bakit ka ba nangingialam, Rudolph? That's his logic. Yan. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yan, sabi ni Sasil, sa CNET-AD, Sasil, mo na lang ako, regards mo na lang sa CNET-AD, kayo, mga section ko, mahal na mahal ko din ang mga yan, mahal na mahal din nila ako, no? Kaya, good luck sa inyo. Hindi man ako naging professor din. I'll keep supporting you all. Ayan. Ayan, ang misis ko po from si Joanne Miranda Guerra. I love you, Joanne Miranda Guerra. I love you. Yan po ang aking misis. From Centro Escolar University, from CEU po yan. Okay, dyan po kami nagkakilala. Mga estudyante pa kami. Nagkatagpo kami at talagang tinadhana. Ayan, sa CEU po kami dahil sa Manila po ako nag-aral. TIP, Manila. Ayan. Pancho Santilices. Sir, pwede po bang mapanood ulit itong video na to? Yes, very much open. You have all the freedom to access the video kasi yan po ay public na ma-access nyo if you want na balik-balikan, gusto nyo matuto talaga step by step, i-replay nyo lang, wala pong babawal sa inyo. At ayan po, ang karunungan ay nandyan lang po, access nyo lang kung gusto nyo pong balik-balikan. Maganda po yung lesson. Ako po ay babalik-balikan ko ngayon kasi hindi ako makafocus kanina doon sa sa panonood kung paano gagawin. Though may konting background, but still yet, I'm not that expert kapareho po ng ating guest speaker. Ayan, si Adrian Banaag. Mahal ka naming mga 2A NetAd, sir. Wow! Mahal daw nila ako. Ay, syempre, mahal na mahal ko kayo. Sabi ni Adrian Banaag. Ayan. Ayan ang mga bigyan ng jacket ang mga yan dahil mahal nila ako. Bigyan ng jacket. Okay, yan na po. Papasok na yung Shopee. Okay, Shopee. Alright. Ayan. Yeah! Sabi ni, Lantada, Ayun, congrats daw po sa graduates ng CEU Makati. Wow, may kakilala si Sasil sa mga taga CEU, no? Ayan. Kagaganda po ng mga estudyante ng CEU, no? Ayan. Sir, pwede bang sana all? Yes. Ako na magbabanggit sa inyo, sana all. Ayan, sana all. Hala, bakit naging maalaala mo kaya? Allah. Ayan, thank you po, aking kaibigan, si Ronel Pakulanan po. Ayan po, kung teacher nyo po, si Prof. Ronel Pakulanan. Shout out po kay Mr. Ben. Ayan. Ayan po ang pinakamahusay na, isa sa pinakamahusay na prof ng University of Makati. Kung hindi nyo pa naging professor po yan sa, napakagaling sa programming, i-request nyo lang po si Sir or Prof. Ronel Pakulanan para maging professor niyo po. Diyan po ako nagpapaturo. Siya po yung gumaguide sa akin sa mga kaalaman na hindi ko pa alam, no? Ayan, ating galing na professor. Prof. Ronel Pakulanan, shout out. Ayan. Si Tan, IT student from Batangas State University. Yan, Tan, shout out sa mga taga Batangas. Ako po ay taga Batangas. Opo, taga-Ibaan po ako. Tan, taga-Ibaan ako. At talaga pong gusto kong maabot ng kaalaman ng eager learning ang mga taga Batangas. So, kindly, cascade, Tan, Mr. Tan, ang ating mga webinar if in case may mga parating pa tayong webinar para marating naman po ng kaalaman na hinihahatid ng eager learning ang ating mga kababayan sa Batangas. No, yan po, talagang magandang university po yan sa Batangas, Batangas State University. Shout out po sa lahat ng mga taga Batangas State University. Thank you so much, kabayan, at ikaw ay nandito. Talagang kahusay ng aking kabayan. Okay, si Mr. Tan po. Mr. Tan or Miss Tan, I don't know. Parang apelyido, no? Sorry po. Ayan, sabi ni Alison Gabriel Elisio, sana all crush back. Wow, talaga namang may namumuo namang crush backan dito. Ano pa yan? Ayun, shout out kay Sir Pakulanan. Yan po, sabi ni Yel Sasil. Sir Pakulanan, baka kilala mo pa ang ating estudyante sa CNET at graduating, si Sasil, Yel Sasil. Yan po. Shout out Sir Ronel, talagang mahal na mahal ka ng ating mga estudyante na taga-Yumak. Okay, hi Sir Pakulanan, miss ka na ng 3B Net Ad. Yun, estudyante mo rin pala dati itong sina Joffrey Lantada. Ayan, 3B Net Ad. Miss ka na daw nila. Ayan. So right now, hindi yata yung professor ngayon, ano? Okay, matalino po si Logic, sabi ni Rudolph. Ay, syempre. Logic, sabi ni Rudolph. Diba? Mahalang kayo Rudolph at saka Logic. Ayan. Oh, kakanta ba ako? Hindi. Pinapakanta nila ako, no? Sabi, sino may sabi niyan? Si Rudolph. Sir, sample ka ng kanta, ba? Talaga na eh. Later, pag nag-live po ako, siguro, sana mag-fit in kasi, yon ang ipapangalan natin eh, hindi webinar, ano? Concert. Right now, hindi ako makakakanta kasi webinar to eh. Ayan. Pag nag-post ako ng concert live from Eager Learning, yan, doon na kayo mag-ano, ililibre ko kayo lahat ng tickets, no? Ayan si Mr. Ben, oh, sabi ni Mr. Ben, yan, singer din si Mr. Ben. Okay, ako pinapakanta. Okay. Pakopya ng codes. Oo, Logic. Ayan. Sino pa to? Pasample ng kanta. Kantahan mo ulit kami. Sabi ni Jericho. Sa susunod, no? Salamat po lahat ng nagpa-shout out. Kanta na sir, sabi ni Jericho Loica. Ito ang madaling awitan ng requestan si Sir Ronel Pakulanan. Napakahusay po ng boses niya. Ayan, si Sir Ronel Pakulanan po ay isang singer. Ayan, nagtuturo po yan ng mga kanta rin. Voice lesson, gusto niyo ba? Just contact our Professor Ronel Pakulanan. Yon, concert. Aba. Sir, sample po ng kanta. Ayan. Okay, pagka tayo ay mag-anniversary ng ating founding anniversary ng Eager Learning, i-invite ko yung mga banda, no, magagaling sa banda, no. Tutugtog po kayo sa ila-live natin, no. Pasasalamat, no. Ang kanta natin ay Salamat. Iyo. Ganon, husky voice, ha. Ayan, ganon po ang mga kantahan ko. Ayan, sabi ni Sir Ronel, concert daw. Ni Mr. Ben, calling Mr. Ben. Ayan. Okay, so it's already 1 and we had a good time here. Thank you so much sa pagstay ninyo. Kulitan time. After pala ng isang medyo seryosong webinar, sa huling portion, kulitan time. Ano ang saya? No? Pahapyaw ng paser. Wow. Narinig mo ba ang Rudolph, narinig mo ba yung kantang ng ano nga ba yung kanta kinantok yun? Ayan, mga rock, no? Yes, pagka ako humahawak ko ng bass eh. Oo, talagang yan ang aking instrumento, no? Pag sa mga concert, hawak ko bass. Kaso, iniingatan ko kasi baka malaglag, mabasag, ano? Kasi yan ay pinapaayos sa akin ni Mrs. sa bahay. Yun. Pakilagay yung bass dito. At nag-arrange siya, nagde-decorate siya. Okay, ganun po ang role ko. Bass po ang hawak ko. Ayan. The Dawn, yan. The Dawn, sir. Ayan, The Dawn, tama yun. Okay. Yan, okay. So, yung mga gustong magpaturo sa akin ng paghawak ng bass ay lumapit lang at tuturuan ko. Madali lang naman humawak ng bass. Okay? At sa drums, marunong din po ako sa drums, no? Hahawakan mo lang naman yung stick. Tsaka i-arrange mo lang Ayan, ganun lang po kadali. Kung gusto nyo magpaturo sa drums naman, marunong din po ako dyan, no, sa drums. Isi-set up mo lang yan, hahawakan mo yung stick. At pag nandyan na talaga ang totoong drummer, ibigay mo na yung stick. Yan. Ganun po. Kayang-kaya ko pong gawin yun. No? Yan. Ganyan pong kagaling ang inyong lingkod sa mga musical instruments. Ayan. Sir, mag-vocals ka na lang po. Parinig po ulit kami ng boses nyo. Ala, talaga. Sir, Psycho by Red Velvet. Bah, ay nagiging FM, nagre-request na sila ng ano ba? Huwag naman, mahirap akong pilitin. No? Ano ba? Ayan, ito rin si Sir. Marunong ko din ba, Sir Ronel Pakulanan, mag-bass? Flower bass ba yung sinasabi ko? Hindi ba yun? Akala ko yun yung bass. Mali. Sorry naman. Akala ko kasi iisa yung bass at saka yung flower bass. Magkaiba pala. Hindi pala tinutugtog yun. Sorry naman. Ayan. Okay. Comedy bar. Okay, so thank you so much. Baka kung saan mahantong ang natin, baka makapag-iba ako ng career. Imbes na host ng webinar, ay marami po akong talent. Comedy bar host. Ako po ay pwede rin singer nyo at drummers, sa vocalist, sa guitar, lead guitar, bass guitar, pianist, yan, halos lahat, alam ko yan, nakikita ko lahat yan pero hindi ko pa naman nahahawakan lahat. Alam ko lang, nakikita ko sila. Okay, thank you so much, and have a good day, a blessed day for all of us. Bless you all. God bless us all, and to God be the glory. Ito pong success ng ating eager learning ay itinataas ko kay Lord God, sa ating Panginoon. Thank you so much for these students na nag-appreciate sa atin sa paghatid natin ng kaalaman. Ayan po. Magsa-sign off na po tayo. It's for us to say goodbye to all of you and have a nice day ahead of us. Yan, Eager Learning is now signing off. I-close ko lang. Mag-end na ng stream. So, end na tayo ng stream. No? Yan. End.